Vanessa. Yeah, pleased to meet you. It's really great to see all of you here. Faces I have known for years, and new leaders who have just joined us in this incredible journey. A few faces I haven't seen here before. Today is about one thing: purpose. I remember very clearly when I get myself in the room and blank page, I said, the time we have one organization, here management. I said, what we will be building has to have a purpose. So really, the DNA of OneWell Healthcare is all about purpose. And today, about one thing, and it's going to be purpose. Before we talk about strategy, our goals, our numbers, our mission, I want to pause and remember why we are here. We are here from all over across Pennsylvania, truthfully, almost in 67 counties. And when we had a meeting with ODP leadership, there is no other entity in the state of Pennsylvania exist and serve and care 67 counties like OneWell does. Every single one of you in this room, whether you lead an office, a team, or a region, is part of something much bigger. Every day, we are, you are, every one of us are changing lives. You are helping people with intellectual development disabilities live fuller, more independent, and more meaningful lives. Every day, every moment, all our attention, besides our families, go to most vulnerable population. That's not just work. That's purpose. And that's what OneWell stands for, purpose. When we started this company, it was just an idea. I believe that care could be smarter, more connected, and more human. And some of you who do not know me, I started PHAP management, and it was solely service coordination business, and opposite of delivering the care, coordinating the care. And one thing struck to me is to find entities deliver smarter, more connected, and more human, compassionate, to care, to love them. And look where we are now. In a very short amount of time, we are grown across Pennsylvania, Connecticut, New Jersey, South Carolina, Colorado, Ohio, to California, to what? Washington State, and almost covering East and West Coast, and we start to put our feet in inland Midwest as well. We have opened new offices, added new service line, and we are building new teams, and we are building new leadership. But the truth is, none of them happened by accident. It's because of you. It happened because of everyone sits in this room. If you were not here with this journey with me, we will not have this successful journey. It's actually a remarkable journey together. Because of your dedication, your creativity, your belief in what we do, even it was not easy. Our job is not easy. Because of you, that's from bottom of my heart. That's where everything started from Pennsylvania. And how we established our core business, and now we're spreading our mission towards the country, and someday towards the world. Because this company leads with the purpose. Today's theme, actually, purpose is just nice a phrase. I don't want everyone to take this slightly and don't think about it, purpose. Today, I guess it's already seeing the generations gap. When I walked in, anywhere I walk, I always have a purpose. The moment we arrive in this life, we have a purpose. Once we forget about the purpose, it just doesn't mean anything. So the purpose is what makes us happy. It's not easy. It's a challenge. It's a question each of us needs to ask. Am I leading with purpose every day? Purposeful leadership isn't about the title or position. So, who is the being the late one? Charles?
Charles. Everybody
was worried about I will be the last one. I will be there will be always one in every
No,
crowd,
you beat Charles.
right?
You beat Charles. You're good.
Nobody can beat Charles.
Yeah.
Glad
Has
to
to
have
make
you,
it.
Charles.
Has to make an appearance.
It's about why we make the choice we make. It's about our supervisor takes 5 minutes to really listen to a DSP. And when a regional manager takes time to understand the issue and talk with the program specialist. When a case manager, nurse case manager advocates for a family that is struggling. When someone calls the COS team for a schedule, and when the schedule is falling apart, and we show empathy. So, I pick my words very seriously with my introduction speech. So the second word that I want everyone to take with you today is empathy. We gotta have purpose. We gotta have the empathy. We are growing. Yes, we are growing. If anybody has a chance to look at our website, I even get scared sometimes. Oh my God, 12 states. Thank God I have good leadership. Laura, Brandon, Naveen, and my HR, my finance, business controls, Javid, Zach, Tatiana, Brittany. So I know I can count on them. But now let's look at about growth. Because we have a lot of it. But growth brings opportunity. But it also, as we grow, our responsibility grows as well. We are serving now more people, 1,200 people in Pennsylvania, managing more programs. There is no other entity in state of Pennsylvania in IDD serves more programs than us, and handling more data than ever before. That means we have to have strong system, and that means we have to have strong management. We have to have it. As many of you don't spend a lot of time with me because I'm locked in my room minimum 12 hours a day, try to build a stronger system. But The reality is we need stronger leadership, otherwise system means nothing. You can't have the best, doesn't matter, you can have the best systems, best policies, yet if you don't have the best people, stronger people, it's not working. And I always say to Tatiana, or when there is an issue, just look at the management, look at the leadership. If there is an issue, it's a management issue. Management should take ownership of it. The retreat is about focusing on both. Let's focus on data and let's talk about the heart. So, which one is important? We need both. We need to have the data and we need to have the heart. But I want everyone to know, to believe, there is a big heart behind OneWell, and we care what we do. Yet, and I want to make sure everyone understands, regardless it is profit or non-profit organization, we have to meet our goals, financial goals, but it has to have the heart. Behind every service authorization, there is a life that depends on us doing our job right. Let's never lose sight of that. Every authorization, every eligibility issue, every scheduling, every caregiver issue, there is somebody's life dependent on it. So let's never forget that. When we deal in operation issues, that's related to somebody's life. Culture. When I was in my MBA classes, I was in my early 30s, they were talking about the culture, and this, that. And for me, I'm like, I didn't take it very seriously. As this company grows, I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm making mistakes. But I think my job, my responsibility is making sure we have the culture. Finance needs to run the numbers. Nurses needs to take care of the care. I have to build culture. Culture isn't what's written in our policy manuals. You can't write the culture. It's what happens in the quiet moments. It's how we talk each other when things go wrong. It's how we make decisions when no one is watching us. It's about doing right. Our culture is what makes OneWell special, and I try to do it. Because this company is built on trust, respect, transparency, and most importantly, working together, teamwork. As leaders, because everyone here is managing a few people or a large group. Our job as the managers, as leaders, is to protect the culture and make this culture strong, strengthen it. If we don't have the culture, we're not going to last. So, as you go through today's sessions, think about what kind of leader you want to be. And think about this example set for your teams. Everybody wants to follow, set an example, and a role model. As leadership, as managers, as supervisors, we need to set that example for the people that work for you. How? With the culture. How? The way you care about yourself. Dress well. Take care of yourself. Show up to work. Not 11 a.m., 10 a.m. because IDD is not watching you. I know. I see it. How? Do the right thing. Care about the company. Something that I am finding very difficult. It's very difficult. How are we going to make our leaders care for OneWell? OneWell means the OneWell's culture, OneWell employees, OneWell clients. It's very difficult. And we are not good at it. We are improving, but we are not good at it. And we're going to get better. I think as we grow so fast, it's something that we have to work on. 2026 is going to be a defining year. 2025 is just past. We are expanding services. Now we are in 12 states. Improving our systems and investing heavily in people, in you. We want to do better. We want to have 2026 defining year for OneWell, and we want to jump bigger steps and be more successful. I want everyone to know we are not trying to be the largest company by the size. We are trying to be the best company. The one that people point and say, that's what quality care looks like. That's what integrity looks like. And we will get there together. One decision, one act of leadership, one moment of purpose at a time. As we begin today, I want everyone to take a deep breath. Step back from the noise of day-to-day work. Reconnect with the life. Put your phones away. Just each session, please don't look at your emails. Don't look at your phones. Give your time. Just the 1 hour, one day. 2 person presenting for you. They work very hard for day today. And during these sessions, you can go out and you can check your emails and turn your phones, turn your emails, and focus on what this person's purpose here and why. It's going, why am I here? This is not about learning or planning. It's about realignment. About remembering who we are and where we are going. We have built something special here, something with heart, soul, and vision. Now, let's lead with the purpose, quality, and culture guiding every step. Thank you. From bottom of my heart, being here, and I know it's busy for everyone. A lot of work to do, a lot of client issues, families, loved ones, sports, this and that. But thank you for taking your time and being here. And come in. So So it's not Charles.
I can't make 2 entrances, I'm sorry.
So, thank you for being part of this remarkable journey. And I want to also say thank you for Brandon, Natalia, working on putting this together. It's not easy. It's not easy to coordinate. It's not even easy to coordinate a lunch. Forget about coordinating this event. So many people from so many locations and so many responsibilities. I hope you have a wonderful day today. And take 3 things with you. Purpose, empathy, and ask the question why. Thank you.
All right, guys, just a little bit about our agenda. So I can have the first slide, and then Leslie, myself, Chris, and Natalia will go over some data and some things happening in the state. And then we have Miss Laura doing a team building activity. I signed up for Laura. And then HR is going to be presenting. We have lunch, and then we have a guest speaker coming to talk about leadership and accountability, which is going to be great. So we saw him at RCPA, so it's going to be a great session. And then after that, we have management training topics, and then Connor and Jacqueline are doing some guest questions. So, all right. So my name is Brandon. Hello. I think I know everyone here. So first, I want to say thank you for coming, and also talk about in 2025. I think I visited every PA office, which has been a great experience for me. I've never been to out west Pittsburgh or Erie before, but Pennsylvania, each region I'm learning is like a different country, which is pretty cool. Just the people and the cultures and the teams, it's been honestly a pleasure, travel. I even got to Erie twice, so I don't know how I did it, but it doesn't matter. I want to tell a quick story, and I'll go into my data. So, when I started in the field, I was working as a manager at a restaurant, and I was right out of college. I went to Penn State, and I wanted a job. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I wanted to be a teacher. I had an English degree, but I needed to get out of the restaurant business. So I found this thing called supports coordinator. I never heard of it in my life, and I applied, and the pay was terrible. As we know, supports coordinators don't make a lot of money. So I applied, and I think I got the job, but then I declined it because of the pay cut. But then one day I was working, and it was a horrible day at the restaurant. People were rude, busy, and I was just miserable. So I emailed someone named Cynthia C. Miller, and I asked her to give me a second chance, because I said, I would like to join your company, can I have a second chance? And she said, yes, very nice. And because she gave me that chance, I declined. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. That's why I'm standing here today. So thank you, Cindy. But my point is that hiring is a big barrier for us, hiring office people. So when I hire, yes, we want to make sure they have the skills and the knowledge, but really they need to have the attitude and drive. And we see that all over the state. We bring people in with experience. Maybe they're SCs, maybe they're coming from this field, and if they don't have that attitude, if they're not aligned with OneWell's culture, vision, it never works, right? So I just wanted to tell that little story. So in 2025, we had a great year. Some challenges, definitely, but we're focused on expanding statewide presence in Pennsylvania. Like IDD said, we have a presence now in every county, all 67 counties, and I think 27 offices, so that's because of you guys, so thank you so much. We're focused on person-centered outcomes, so we rolled out Smart EBV, and it's going very well, and where everyone, I think, leaves on their assessments, and in 2026, we'll have great data to see how our participants are improving, which I'm very excited to see. Compliance and integrated support, so we have BSS, we have nursing, support employment, Leslie's team, Charles's team, Uber, I'm sorry if I missed Jenna, AAT. And then the 2025 milestones, like I said, were the Smart EBV transition and multi-office expansion. So we opened up a lot of offices this year. I think I toured a lot of them, but I was very happy to tour them with the local management. So in Southeast, we opened Val Kinwood, Broomall, Exton, it was Westchester, so now Exton, and Langhorne. When I started, I was in a little room in Warrenton, and it was like a little attic with like me and 2 other people. So it's just crazy seeing all these offices. Northeast, we have Allentown and Stroudsburg, which is coming. So now we'll have a presence right in the Poconos. South Central, we have York, which I haven't seen the finished one yet. I'm planning to go, but heard it's beautiful. So thank you. Mount Holly Springs and Carlisle we opened, and then Central, I know Hershey's coming. I think that's just here. And Northwest, we opened Clarion to kind of break up that big territory. So we have Erie, Warren, and now Clarion to break up Southwest and Northwest. And in Southwest, we have Green Tree, right near Pittsburgh. And that probably was one of my favorite offices. I love going out there and hanging out with the team. So thank you for all your work with helping expansion. Like Ida said, when we met with the ODP leadership, they were very impressed that we take the time to go into these counties and expand and actually have a presence there, not running it from some corporate office. And we see it's making a difference. We see when we expand and go into a place, we grow immediately, right? Families want to stop by the office, participants want to come by. So it is really helping our brand. So, thanks. All right, just some numbers. I did some basic numbers for the regions. We're like Adi said, we do have some financial goals. We're working on tightening the P&L. But just to give you an idea of the growth we've seen in 2025, so at the beginning of the year, Southeast was at about 9,000 hours. As of last report, they're at about 15,400. So that's a 71% growth. So thank you to our Southeast leadership. We're very lucky to have Bill from Caregivers America and Amber here as well. Was at 1,600 when the year started, now at 3,000. So an 87% growth, thanks to you. I didn't include North Central because we split it, so sorry, Sarah. But South Central was at 3,000 when the year started, now about 4,200. So Marla and her team are doing great. Southwest almost doubled. So it was my vision for a long time to help grow the Pittsburgh area. And at the beginning of the year, when I was working with Brandon E, he's done a great job there. 1905, and as of last report, a 97% increase in numbers, so about 37. And there's a huge difference in Lancaster County, 900 when the year started, and almost double, 1,750. And Northwest, there was some leadership changes. Northwest is a very tough region, so I see the Northwest back there, but we're still growing, and we have good leadership there now, so I feel very confident that Northwest will hit their goals in 2026. And nursing, it also doubled. Nursing has been a slow program for a very long time. We're still not where we need to be, but it's in the right direction for sure, thanks to Kristen, Amanda, and her team. So at the beginning of the year, we had about 600, and we were stuck there for a long, long time. And now, as of yesterday, we actually just passed 2,000, so 200%. Like I said, we're tightening the P&L, we're putting the systems and controls in place so we can see the growth on paper, but it's thanks to you guys, so thank you very much. So, all right, and then just a couple of other things that have really helped us in 2025 and will continue. Brittany, Christina, their team, recruitment. We started a recruitment department. It's been very, very helpful. I think it's made a big difference with the people coming in the office, onboarding. Before it was very scattered, there wasn't really a process in place, but now they're coming in the office, they're learning our brand, they're learning our culture, they're meeting the team. It's going very, very well. The hiring has been, I see the reports, and I think every week there's like 15 or 16 new DSPs on the report, so it's going very, very well. Compliance, so Chris is going to speak after this, and Dominique is here. So now we have a QRM team in Pennsylvania. So business controls, of course, doing proactive internal audits, 6,100 refreshers, and EVP oversight. Leadership. So we promoted a lot of people this year. That's why we're here, to talk about some leadership strategies. But we're going to continue promoting our people that are performing, and like Ida said, committed to OneWell and fight for the company. And collaboration. So collaboration between cross programs are going very well between Leslie's team, between BSS, between Kristen's nursing, Charles' team. I see it every day in the chats and the emails. You guys work very well together. You're including the management in that region, and it's helping us grow. So that's one of our competitive advantages for sure. Next. And then I know Ida talked about 2026, so I haven't sent out 2026 goals yet for Pennsylvania, but we're going to continue on the same trends. So launch quarterly regional data dashboards. I know IDD is working on that in C2S, where the manager is going to have dashboards, which is going to be very helpful to manage your programs and your teams. Continued AESE outreach. Nursing has doubled in 2025. I hope it continues in 2026. I think we're getting there. And maintain OneWell's commitment to quality, compassion, and growth in all 67 counties.
I'm Leslie. I'm the Director of Rehab and Therapy Services. Before I start talking a little bit about home modification, I wanted to share a little story as well, kind of what it means to be part of OneWell. Earlier, probably about a month or so ago, Brandon, Kristen, and I sat with Heidigan with ODP. And, kind of after talking about what we can provide, the services that we have, Heidigan stopped and said to ODP, what do you need? What can we do for you? And honestly, there was silence because I don't think ODP has ever been asked, what do we need? It's always, what can you do for us? So I think that's just an example of what we need to follow and, leading by example. So talking a little bit about our home mod program. Flip a slide.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Hey, let me know.
So we have a little example of what our team does. We've had some leadership changes here as well. Brandon Ernfeld has stepped into overseeing our home mods program. So I'm definitely seeing a lot of growth there using his contacts. So kind of our before and after. To get from that before to after, it certainly takes a village. We have our project manager, Sergio, steps out to kind of look at the project and have a vision. Brings that back, and Brandon puts that vision on paper, communicates to the county how this needs to happen. And then we have dedicated contractors who put those wheels into place and create this beautiful project that certainly changes lives. So, like I said, it takes a village. We have seen a lot of growth over Pennsylvania. We've secured contractors from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia and everywhere in between. We have moved into New Jersey, so currently have referrals coming in. We haven't done any projects, but we are moving that direction. And as far as South Carolina, we are in discussions about expansion into this area and how to make that happen. The impact of home mods. So 22 projects completed over the state. So 22 families whose lives have been changed, allowing these individuals to remain home and remain safe. Improving their accessibility and independence. And the most exciting, we are newly OVR approved. So super excited about that. That's been about a year in the works. That just happened on the 29th. There are no budget restrictions for OVR, so this is great. We also are available to do all the things we can't do through waivers, ramps. We can do stair lifts, elevators, overhead tracks. Yes, very exciting. So though our contractors can't do that, we have, Brandon and I have been meeting with other contractors across the state who are able to provide those services, and we've secured that, so we are ready to go. And moving towards our rehabilitation and therapy services. A lot of growth, a lot of growing pains as well, kind of navigating this system of obtaining denials from insurance. We have an amazing team on the back end. Veronica and Gulnaz, our supports coordinators, just digging through insurances constantly in contact with the counties. And we've seen the fruits of their labor for sure. Currently in OT, we now have, we have one OT assistant, and we now have 12 PRN OTs across the state, providing services under waiver, under insurance. We also are seeing an increase in interest for home assessments through occupational therapy. We can complete those under insurance as well. that can be completed for a number of reasons. One of those can be to complete a home modification down the road. As far as our speech language pathology, we now have 9 PRN speech therapists across the state. Again, providing services across waiver and insurance. We've been working really hard to refine our critical revision request process, meeting with AEs to kind of determine what they're looking for and what we can do to make this process easier for the supports coordinators, so these individuals can get this service. It's fairly new. I don't even know, there may be 1 or 2 other providers that I know of that provide therapy. So, it's a lot of education, a lot of teaching these supports coordinators what the process looks like. Physical therapy, we are anxious to get request approval for PT. We are hiring for a PT program coordinator, working diligently on that. And looking at our BSS services. So this is also under new leadership. Anthony Netkovic, if you haven't had the opportunity to meet him, please take the time to reach out. He's unable to be here today, but he works out of Connecticut. He's our ABA director. We transitioned to the fee-for-service model, supporting our long-term sustainability and growth of this program. Our current staff, thanks to Amber, to Kiara, to Michelle, providing a strong foundation for this ongoing development of the program. We are actively hiring. I think we have we've just hired a couple of people over the last week. So looking to staff these cases that have unfortunately had a little bit of gap in this transition, but we certainly hope to close that gap within the next month and the end of the year.
I like that.
Nice to see you all together here. So I'm not going to show you numbers because we provide many reports like daily. So I just want to say about our company. In 2021, I joined OneWell. That time it was PHM and started in one of the most exciting departments, payroll. Back then, our IDD department processed payroll for just 154 weekly employees, direct support professionals. As John F. Kennedy once said, conformity is the jailer of freedom and the enemy of growth. Thanks to the vision of our CEO Aidiken Aldrich and the hard work and commitment of our managers and their teams, we have grown immensely. So we refused to conform, we didn't relax, and look where we are today. Our IDD payroll now serves more than 1,500 employees. In only 4 years, it increased 10 times. I'm no longer part of the payroll department. Today I work in finance. One of my functions is supporting our brilliant IDD team, direct support professionals, program specialists, team leads, managers, directors. As our organization continues to grow so fast, we face a variety of new challenges. I believe the key to overcoming these challenges are improving communication across departments to better understanding and collaboration, to help our amazing developers, C2S team, to build new applications and possibly to improve existing ones. We simply couldn't survive without C2S, our powerful homegrown system. As I said before, when I came to work to OneWell, everything was done manually. That time, payroll staff was only Tatiana and me. And we spent a lot of time manually entering payroll data in ADP under the watchful eye of Soha. Thanks to our C2S team, almost everything is automated now. That's incredible transformation, and we need it. We need high quality and efficiency. After all, we are providing valuable services to our dear participants. On behalf of the RCM and Finance Department, I want to express my deepest appreciation for your hard work, dedication, and commitment. Please let us know how we can better support you. We are always open for your ideas, feedback, and questions. Together, we will continue to grow stronger and better than ever.
Podium. My name is Chris Yulin. I'm not sure if I've met everybody here. I know I've met some of you in person. I've met some probably virtually. I probably haven't met some of you at all. So my name is Chris Yulin. I've been here for about 2.5 months now. I'm the Quality and Regulatory Administrator with the state of Pennsylvania. I work under Dominique. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of an introduction here to the exciting world of compliance and incident management. So try to stay awake if you can. So I'm not going to be really giving you any numbers per se. I'm just going to be kind of going over a brief overview here of a specific area of compliance, and that's with medication administration under ODP. So first off, who can administer medications? I'm sure we have a lot of individuals who, not just in the state of Pennsylvania, but all across the country that have to take medications for whatever reason. So who can administer those medications? Any licensed professionals, unlicensed DSPs, although if you are a DSP who is supposed to give medication to an individual or individuals, you would have to go through specific training through ODP in order to do that. You can't just be giving out medications and say, hey, you know, I'm a DSP. There's specific training under the 6100 regulations that is provided through ODP that you would have to be required to take. Then you would have to be monitored administering those medications as well. Hand washing is part of it too. So again, specific training that DSPs would have to go through in order to administer those medications. And some individuals are able to self-administer, which some of the guidelines under those are a little bit different than those that are reliant upon a staff member to provide medications. However, it has to be highlighted in the ISP. It has to indicate that the individual is able to self-administer, whether that's just giving the medications themselves, whether they're able to go and collect the medication, read the labels, and do it that way, the whole 9 yards, so to speak. Training requirements, department approved med admin training, which would focus on, or competency rather. There are specialized courses that could be taken, specifically for insulin or epinephrine. I believe, and I could be wrong about this, I apologize, I'll have to double check myself on this. I believe insulin is every 6 months, epinephrine I think is annually, but don't quote me on that. And then also maintainment of training records, which is always important. It's always important to have a paper trail with everything, because if you need to go back and look at stuff, you want to make sure that you have that paper trail to back up what you're looking for. So again, any type of record keeping is always pinnacle. There are a variety of different medication error types, such as omission, which is basically just not giving the medication at all. It's completely forgotten about, just aren't able to give the medication. Wrong time, wrong route, wrong person, hopefully not. Wrong dose, wrong position as well, wrong method, wrong form. So there's all different types of, in fact, I think that's all of them there, the different types of medication errors that you can come across. When you discover a medication error, it is important that you report it to the necessary entity, whether it's a team lead, a program specialist, whoever that if that DSP or somebody comes across a medication error, they have to bring that information forth, eventually ending up on Cindy's desk, to put through that EIM report, because the medication errors have to be sent through. Now, there's different regulations, as we'll get on to the next slide, which is incident management. Those reportable incidents have to be reported within 24 hours. Medication errors under ODP have to be reported within 72 hours. So there's a little bit more time to get these through. But if you do discover one, they have to be reported to the necessary entity to get that through on EIM. Some may require an investigation too, depending on the nature of the medication error. Again, going back up top, which I had mentioned with record keeping, the medication administration record system, the MAR system, that's a great way, obviously, to keep. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dominique, maybe I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I believe nursing, you said, does have the MAR system, but our DSPs, they're not registered in the MAR system yet. So information that would be provided in that system would be the prescriber, medication details, the dosage, the route, the refusal, the frequency of when the med is supposed to be given, as well as the time of administration. We have probably many individuals that have to take multiple meds over the course of the day, maybe every 4 hours, every 8 hours, whatever the case is. So all that information will be logged in that system. So it's a great way to keep all that information kind of in one area. You can always reference it, go back to it. It kind of creates, again, that paper trail to go back and look at those medications. And then provider oversight and compliance, again, maintaining policies that are all consistent with the 6100 regulations, that the MAR has completed, appropriate storage. There's different regulations under the 6100 regs that speak towards storage, keeping them in a locked area, also not taking them out of the pill box or pill bottle that they come in. A little bit different, I think, for self-administration, but nonetheless, you want to make sure that those medications aren't just freely out on the, out on the counters, on the tables, like they're not accessible. I know we don't provide residential services, but, we do have certain situations where there could be other people in the home, so you want to make sure that those medications are being appropriately stored and locked. And also timely reporting, going back to the EIM reporting, making sure that we get any type of medication error that is highlighted, that is discovered through the EIM system on time. DSP competency, and also adherence, again, to incident management guidelines, which is what I just briefly talked about. So that's kind of the overview there for medication administration. The next thing I was going to highlight here is the incident management overview. And just again, I could stand up here and talk about compliance, incident management until about 3 o'clock this afternoon, but nobody wants that. It could take up quite a bit of time, but again, just a very brief overview of what the incident management process is. So how does ODP define an incident? It's really any action out of accordance with ODP standards which can affect the individual's health, safety, and rights. Because that's really what we're focused on. The main purpose in anything that we do with this organization, in my opinion, is really focusing on the health, safety, and rights of the individuals that we support. So there's a variety of different incidents. There are certain ones that would be identified as critical incidents. That would be your abuse, neglect, exploitation, rights violation. And what they mean by a critical incident is something that would require an investigation. So those would be your red flag incidents, again, where you would have to most likely place somebody on administrative leave. An investigator would come out, identify the witnesses, target, victim, so on and so forth. So those type of incidents, again, abuse, neglect, exploitation, rights violation, they would be considered critical incidences, and an investigation would be required. So who is considered to be a mandatory reporter? Anybody. Everybody in this room is considered a mandatory reporter. Anyone who is associated with this organization is a mandatory reporter. So if there's nothing else that you get out of what I'm briefly going over here, this is the most important thing right here. If you hear something, see something, suspect something, say something. Whether you're 100% sure, you don't have to be a direct witness to it. You can pass this to anybody who works underneath you, the program specialists, DSPs. This is the one thing that I think is extremely important, because again, advocating for the individuals that we support, if you're 100% sure, if you actually are a primary witness to the incident occurring, or whether, I don't know if you can put a percentage on it, but if you're 10% sure, if you think you heard somebody say something or do something out of accordance with regulations, speak up. Speak to your program specialist, speak to the program specialist, speak to the team leads, whatever. Speak to Cindy, speak to me. I mean, we share the same office. Just get the ball rolling on that. Get the information brought forth to the necessary entities that we can get those necessary measures in place to protect the individuals that we are supporting. So again, if nothing else, if you hear something, see something, suspect something, say something, it's extremely, extremely important. When should we report, and how? Again, anytime someone suspects that an individual's health, safety, and rights are at risk. The incident does not have to be directly witnessed, as I just said. You could be walking by a room, think you overhear something, not 100% sure, maybe it was muffled, whatever the case might be, but don't hesitate to bring it up. Don't sit on it. That's the other thing too. Do not sit on it. If it's Friday afternoon at 4:45, and you're like, oh, I really just want to start my weekend. I got these plans, blah blah. I mean, I know sometimes those incidents come through at 4:59. But don't sit on it until Monday. Don't sweep it under the rug and think, well, maybe this will just disappear, because there could be ramifications for those who do so. And serious ramifications, especially if we have an individual who's being abused or neglected or what have you. That individual could be continued to be abused or neglected, whether it's over the weekend or whether it's 6 months down the road, whatever the case might be. So again, no hesitation to report. Don't feel embarrassed to report, whatever the case might be, because the investigation is what we'll have to have. IDD regulations state that an incident must be submitted into the EIM system within the first 24 hours. And again, the previous slide with medication errors at 72 hours. I think best practice, in my opinion, this 24 hours doesn't necessarily mean that if you come across an incident that, okay, I have 24 hours to report this. That's not what that means. It just means that we have to get it through as an organization. We have to get it through the EIM system and to oversight to review it. But best practice, in my opinion, is if you come across something, try to get that information to the necessary entity within 1 hour. Because as the course of the day continues, the memory fades. I can barely tell you what I had for breakfast this morning on my way here. So you want to make sure that you have as much detail possible to provide to whoever you're reporting that to. So again, best practice would be within 1 hour. And again, the initial reporter relays the information received to the incident manager, the supervisor, the program specialist. The incident is submitted through the EIM system, and the investigation is determined based on the categorization. So yeah, that's kind of a very brief overview of incident management. There's a lot that goes into it. It's an ever-growing monster. But that's just kind of highlighting the important areas I think that we should all be aware of. And again, I hate to be repetitive, but hear something, see something, suspect something, say something, pass it along to whoever you know, because that's the most important thing when it comes to the protection of the health, safety, and rights of the individuals that we support. So that's it.
Good.
Yeah.
Something we really struggle with is med admin. And I was wondering, like, when you say self-administration, do we need a MARS, or if there's like just if you're just taking their own meds and we're not controlling them? Do we need to be tracking that? Like if we're on
I want to
shift?
say yes. I'm actually not. That's a good question, Brandon. I'm not 100% sure.
Right.
I want to say it has to be logged into the system somehow or other. Even if if you have a medication, the individual is prescribed that medication. I believe that there has to be some indication that that medication was provided.
So if they're taking, participant lives by themselves, they're fine taking their own meds, we're on shift, we're still documenting when they take it, or
again, I have to look that up. You're stumping me, Brandon. It's a good. I'll be honest. There's some new stuff that I have to look into myself, but I'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll write myself a post-it note and get back to you. That's actually a good question. So let me. I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Provided to that, so I'll get some clarity on that. But good question, Brandon. Any other questions or comments? Anything else? Everyone still awake? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Morning. It's nice to see everyone here away from your busy schedules. I see a lot of new faces, and as Natalia said, I remember days when I knew every single program specialist. I even knew every single DSP by their name, because when I came to OneWell 4 years ago, I also started in payroll with Natalia, and payroll was done manually. Every week we had to enter every single name in our payroll system, so we knew every single DSP. And now we are here 10 times bigger than 4 years ago. So, like I said, I see a lot of new faces, so I'm gonna go ahead and introduce myself and my team. My name is Tatiana Rybeltowski. I am VP of HR department. I started 4 years ago. I spent 2 years in payroll and then 2 last years in HR. When I started, we only had one HR person, and it was Tiffany Judge. Right now, HR department is 47 employees. I would like to introduce Brittany Walters. She's our director, leading HR team that is focusing on hiring and onboarding, as well as Allison Floyd. She's leading our escalation team. And I know often people get scared when they hear HR because the first thought you get is, oh no, what did I do wrong? But I promise today's session will be fun and entertaining. So Brittany?
Hi everyone, I'm Brittany Walters. I oversee the onboarding and recruiting side. I have been with the company for the last 4 years. I actually started out myself as a recruiter. I worked alongside Brandon since day one, as well as Laura, and I don't see her here. Nicole Fleet was another one that I worked alongside of for a long time. And it's an honor to move up the chain and be here with the company. I would like to introduce my team that is here today. Christina Lampo, the manager of recruiters, and Orlando, our team lead, and Catherine, our other team lead, each on Capri's in Wilkes-Barre, and Orlando is over in Pittsburgh area. So thank you all for joining today. Guys, I forgot about the prizes, so if you were on a winning team, make sure you come and see me.
Brandon, can you go to the,
Oh, sure.
oh no, this is perfect.
This is?
Thank you. Hi everybody, I'm Allison. I promise I'm not as scary as everybody says I am. I'm really not. Today, like Tatiana said, our session is interactive, honest, and designed to help you lead with clarity and confidence. Our goal is to go through accountability, coaching, boundaries, and recognition, and also partnership. Accountability, this is where leadership truly begins. According to Ed Stellar, leaders strengthen accountability by setting clear expectations, providing consistent feedback, and modeling ownership. When accountability is unclear, even the very best employees can lose direction, and good teams, can lose trust. At OneWell, accountability is not about blaming anyone. It's, setting a standard, not wanting or waiting for someone else to do it. Following through when it's hard, not just when it's easy. Our goal as leaders is to build a culture where accountability feels like support, not surveillance. When employees know the expectations and trust, they'll get better feedback. They rise to meet those expectations or those business goals. Next is coaching. This is when accountability meets compassion, according to SHROM, which is the Society for Human Resources Management. Effective coaching begins with consistency, not correction. It means asking what has changed. We know the saying, we don't want to assume, right? We want to take the guessing out of what we think we already know about our employees. We want to ask. When employees' performance slips or their attitude shifts, it's easy to jump to discipline. We want to look deeper than that. The issues could be burnout, it could be that they're unclear of their priorities, or they feel like they are not recognized, they lack recognition. As a leader, we do not want to hold our teams accountable. We want them to improve. Coaching is ongoing. It's not just one single conversation. It's creating a safety for honesty while still maintaining expectations. Boundaries. Boundaries build trust. Without boundaries, even good intentions can create confusion or the look of favoritism. According to Strategy in Business, fairness and consistency are the true building blocks of trust and leadership. We all want strong relationships with our staff, but we have to manage professionalism. It's essential to care, which is a foundation of OneWell. But it's leaders, as leaders, we have to care without overstepping. It means communicating clearly, being consistent, and remembering that leadership comes with influence. Our team really does notice when we are too casual. Even the smallest actions, such as maybe socializing only with certain team members or giving informal perks, can unintentionally send the wrong message. Healthy boundaries also does not mean distance. The team, boundaries protects the team, and it helps everyone know where they stand. And then recognition. Recognition fuels engagement. Partnership sustains it. According to the Gallup poll, employees who are recognized regularly are more productive and more loyal. Collaboration, and also they, really want to do a good job. And recognition doesn't always have to be like ceremonies, right? It could be something like, thank you, job well done, I appreciate you. Those things really hold key. So our next slide is actually real life scenarios and leadership moments. Okay, y'all know I can't see. So I have to move. Okay, so, and I just want y'all to kind of shout out the answers. A program, so the first scenario is about accountability. A program specialist consistently misses deadlines and is not effectively communicating with her DSPs. The team lead says that the program specialist is overwhelmed and has a lot going on at home, so they avoid documenting or escalating it. The behavior continues and starts to affect scheduling and team morale. How do we balance compassion with accountability? Don't all speak at once.
Maybe offer like option, like FMLA or something, like here's your options if you have personal things to protect your job.
That's good. Marla, I saw your hand up.
I think there's a difference between, and I often say this to my team, there's a difference between the facts and what needs to be accomplished versus how you show empathy to somebody. You can show empathy, but keep a clear boundary on the job expectations. There's a difference.
That's really good. That's really good. Anybody else? Okay. Exactly. This is where leadership meets empathy. We can be compassionate, but we can't compromise accountability, and avoidance doesn't help either, right? Like Chris said, we can't just ignore the problem or wait till Monday. Accountability requires constant feedback and follow through, and document early. Follow up regularly, and use HR as a resource. The next scenario is coaching. A seasoned DSP starts showing attitude changes, short with coworkers, arriving late to their shifts, and displaying decreased enthusiasm. The program specialist assumes it's burnout, but doesn't address it directly. How would you approach this conversation, and what questions might you ask? Anybody else?
Let them know that you see the change and ask how you can help.
That's good. That's really good. Any other answers, suggestions? Yes.
Yeah, I would say subtly check in. So, like you said in HR, and sometimes with management and leadership, when you reach down to people to help bring them up, they do get kind of anxious or afraid. Right. So I would just say do a check-in on them, to ask those same questions, and see what you can do to be able to help, because they still might not be able to share. And offer tangible options so that they know that they actually have a place where they can go without just being like, I'm okay, or I'm just checking on them. You want to make sure there's an actionable step after that.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Tangible options. It's great. Anyone else? All right. Well, like you said, this is where silence becomes a risk. You have to do the check-ins. You have to talk to that person and say, I do see there's been a change since we first started. What's going on? If you don't feel comfortable talking to me, would you like to talk to HR? A lot of times burnouts can be addressed through structure and just an open dialogue. And then the last one, boundaries. A regional manager frequently socializes after hours with staff. And those employees get to work remotely without questions asked, or others in the office feel favoritism and complain to HR. What are the risks, and how do we maintain trust without crossing professional lines?
The risks are,
You want to go?
well, the risks are creating a culture of favoritism, unfairness.
Right?
We could possibly create, induce, like a hostile environment, like work environment. People's drive to come to work may decrease as well.
So true. It's that perception, that perception. You want to make sure that you're fair. Being leaders mean everything we do is magnified, even the smallest actions. And you might be doing these things unintentional. It's like, but everybody else might see it differently. When boundaries blur, trust erodes, a good leader stays approachable but consistent. Everyone should feel equally valued and respected. Okay. And now everybody should have a myth. Go to the next slide. Everybody should have a myth or fact card. And so when we're going to go through these myth or fact statements. We'll talk through the answers together and bust some leadership myths along the way. Every myth we bust today represents one opportunity to strengthen trust and consistency. So just hold up your cards, and you can say it out loud if you feel it's a myth or if it's a fact. If an employee is on FMLA, you can't address performance issues.
Yeah.
Right? It's a myth. It's a myth. We can and we should. We just have to ensure that it's not based on their FMLA leave. It's about fairness, not fear. Accountability must stay consistent. You can push because the answers will come up.
Go ahead for the next one.
Yep. No, you can push the.
Oh, okay.
Verbal warnings don't need to be documented. Yes, I'm so glad. Y'all see all the myths? If it is documented, if it isn't documented, it didn't happen. Documentation protects you, the employee, and OneWell. Leaders can't discuss attendance or performance with HR without the employee present. Myth. That is right, myth. This is one of the reasons why HR exists, right? Remember, HR consultations are confidential. If you're not sure of the issue, please reach out to us. Employees can record conversations at work without permission. Yes, it's a myth. Not only is it in our handbook that is, inappropriate, it's also Pennsylvania state law. You cannot record anyone without two-person consent. We can't fire someone for attitude if they do their job. I see something. Oh no, myth. It is a myth. Conduct is a part of performance. Toxic behavior spreads faster than bad work. You can train somebody if they're not doing a good performance, but if they have a bad attitude, it's hard to break through it. It's okay to let things slide with good performers because they produce results. Myth, good. Consistency equals credibility. Uneven accountability kills trust. Managers can share personal details about one employee to explain decisions to others. That is a myth. Confidentiality protects everyone, including you as the leader, that employee, and also OneWell. Burnout is an HR problem to fix. That is a myth. Preventing burnout starts with leadership. We want you to communicate with your team and set realistic workloads. If an employee refuses to sign a disciplinary action, you can't move forward with that action. Good, that's a myth. They can refuse to sign. Remember, signature is just for them to acknowledge that we presented it to them or that they received it, but that doesn't mean that they agree. Our new disciplinary action forms now have a section for HR to fill out, where if the employee does refuse to sign, we can notate that and document it. Employees can't be friends with their supervisors. Okay, this is a trick question. It's a partial myth. We're not saying that you can't have friendships. Friendships is fine. Favoritism isn't. Professional balance is key. Saying I didn't know protects a leader's accountability. Myth. It includes, accountability includes effort. It's a leader's role to learn and apply policies. And then the last one, you can't recognize someone who is on a PIP. And PIP just means performance improvement plan. Yep, that's a myth. You absolutely should recognize someone if they're doing a good job. Recognition, it builds and rebuilds engagement. And the PIP is during the time when they most need it. Okay, what's one thing you'll start doing differently next week as a leader?
Anybody want to go?
Start actually taking my lunch breaks.
Yes, please do. Please take your 30 minutes. Anybody else? Yes? Vic?
Engage proactively. Don't wait until like the expression I need you before you offer your guidance and assistance.
That's wonderful. Yes. Yes, thank you for sharing that. Documentation early. You want to check in with your team often. Maybe have weekly team meetings, one-on-ones, setting a clear boundary. Whatever it is you need as a leader to commit to it. Culture changes when leadership does. Consistent leadership behavior is the strongest indicator of employee trust and also retention. So thank you so much. If y'all have any questions, if you need HR support, please visit us at hrsupport@onewell.org. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Ben, thank you for giving me a chance to talk at the beginning. And people that know me, I never feel comfortable if I don't know who I am with. So I'm not comfortable in this meeting because there are so many new faces. And I'm not sure if they are from ICE. Because we have operations girl named Ala. I show her a fire drill how to do when I show up. If ICE shows up to our office, I think all of us except Baby and Leslie, everybody will be taken away. I'm exact. So we're all attracted, all we target for ICE. So. The reason I want to, and thank you HR for finishing over, that's why I have the time. So what I want to do is, because we grow so much, and I had to leave the country and just get some surgeries, and I didn't do well when I come back. And I didn't tune in this agenda. We have so many new faces. So what I'm going to do is, I like to know who you are, because it matters. And what the most difficult thing, as I said earlier, is the culture. So what I like to do is the culture that I'm trying to build, I like to make sure the program specialists or regional managers or nurse managers or DSS, they all need to create this culture, strengthen it. In my opening, I was supposed to be late. Brandon was worried that I wasn't gonna show up at night. But he doesn't know that I know all the cycles. I can drive fast. I will make it regardless. Because first, in any organization, the success starts with knowing people. When I started rehab management, anytime somebody joins us, I will take them lunch. And everybody that has been lunch with me is either a supervisor, director, or they have a great career. They're still with me. Because you got to know people during lunch, get to know people. At the end of the day, the most important thing in life is people. Without people, what's the point? So, I mean, I want to make sure there are no ICE agents here. It looks like an ICE agent. So I want to make sure, so we start from him, right? From that table, stand up. Sylvester, he's not an ICE agent. So, and the one thing is, we are talking about OneWell, PHM, and a lot of, some of you know me from PHM, Tiffany Judge, she's the first person I hired. She's here and works for me. And if OneWell is started here, because Cindy Similar, she's here, because I went to her and I said, Cindy, I have this dream, what do you think? And I don't know Cindy from anywhere, we just met in the RCPA conference. She said, she came to see me, she talked, we had several months. She said, you should do this because we need people like you in this industry. So we're gonna start from this, sir. Stand up, introduce yourself. You swear that you are not an ICE agent or FBI. Because what I'm saying is, right now, United States is transforming. And issues are there. We are dealing with people are being discriminated. And a lot of our clients have been discriminated. And because they are different. And I as always say, difference is the strength. We gotta be different. But in OneWell, or it's my organization, I don't go and say you are from another country or another language, another religion. We hire. No, we hire you if you got a heart. Doesn't matter. Your color, your religion, background, it's irrelevant. And we are blessed to be in the United States. This is the best country on earth, without a doubt. What's happening right now, our people being attacked and so many people without food stamp. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, go ahead, let's introduce yourself, what you do, what you report, how long you've been here, and then talk about your, I don't miss my meetings, because a lot of you are not in my meetings. When you come to my meetings, I don't know you, I want to know you. I want to know who you are, your name, where you work, where you went to school, your hobbies, and what you do for fun. Please.
I'm Matt Baranski. I'm the team lead at the Cranberry office. I've been with OneWell for almost, I think, a year next month. Started with one program specialist under me. We have 5 right now. It's been growing rapidly. I'm an outdoorsman. Promise I'm not undercover. I
know. I met Matt when he didn't have a hat on it. He had a lunch at the restaurant. And Tyra says I hate somebody's pickle, right? Cindy is. That was good. So Matt from Southwest, the program specialist, reports to Tyra and Brandon. Please step.
I'm Cynthia as well. I work alongside of Matt and Tyra. I report to Tyra. I am out of the Monroeville office. I've been here for a little over a year. My 1-year mark was October 21st. I love being part of OneWell, and I love making a difference in not just participants' life, but the people I work alongside of as well.
Monroeville office is a building that we own, thanks to Leslie, Laura, Sergio, Brandon E. They were a construction worker there, they even cut the grass and the weed. And that's our office, we own that place. And please.
Hi, my name is Orlando Rosacci, recruiting team lead. I've been here a little over about 6 months or so. I work with Cat 3, report to Christina and Brittany. I think probably the most that I enjoy here is knowing for sure that my work does make an impact, you know, at each and every step.
Where are you located, which office?
Southwest in Pittsburgh, Cranberry.
Okay. Where did you go to school?
University of Pittsburgh.
Do you have pets? A girlfriend?
Yes. Hopefully we'll be married soon.
All right, good. You got somebody to pat, right?
Hi, students. My name is Allison Floyd. I'm the HR manager. I work under Tatiana. I started here about 5 years ago as a service coordinator. And I love working here. I love making a difference.
Yes, Allison Floyd. I stole her from PHF. And we need to strengthen our HR. And our HR is getting much better under Tatiana's leadership. And Allison is another great one to bring up. Tatiana, you know Tatiana?
Tatiana Rivals.
Okay. Brittany, you met. You know Brittany. Brittany lives in. Stand up. Fun facts about Brittany: she raises goats, she dresses up them, she takes them for goat. What do you call the goat shows? Yes, and then they take them to butcher or something, right? Yes, and she lives right in Penn State, and she has been with us day one, and she's an amazing individual. Lucky to have her. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Lampo, and I am one of the HR managers for PA, and I work with Brittany. And I've been here almost 2 years. March will be 2 years. And this is the best job that I've ever had. I was a teacher, special ed teacher. This is fun.
The only thing I know about Christina Lamport is somebody always constantly talks about her, how nice she is, how hard she works, how much she cares, how much she helps. And I met her first time, and she get promotions because she deserves it. I have no idea anything about her. Do you have pets? So it's not about, it's about what she's doing for the work and how much she puts her around. Thanks, Christine. Jacqueline, TikTok girl.
My name is Jacqueline Lambert. I've been working here for 2 years, month.
2 years, 2 months?
No, this month, 2 years this month.
2 years?
Yeah.
1 day, 1 hour, you counting the hours? Huh?
I work under Allison and Tatiana, famous for TikTok girl fiasco, unfortunately.
So we have one case. She helps us. We have an employee. She goes to TikTok and talks about our relationship. She doesn't do that anymore. She goes and she unfortunately I talked to her and she goes and says, she says, I talked to CEO. And we have this conversation. She has a lot of followers and she's out there. That's why we call it TikTok. So thank you, Jacqueline. She has been blessing to have.
Hi, I'm Kethri. I work with Orlando. I'm the team lead recruiter. I work under Christina and Brittany. I've been here since March. A lot has changed just since March, so I can't wait for the other changes that happen. But yeah, I work out of Wilkes-Barre also. So.
There's enough room in there. Laura, I hear Laura takes all the spaces. Laura McBride takes over everything.
There's plenty of room there.
All right, the person is Yaren.
Oh, wait.
Talk, yes?
Oh, okay. I don't need a phone. Hi, I'm Yaren, and I worked for OneWell for 2 years before, and I got back into OneWell again this year, July, and I'm the videographer for the company, and I'm working with Katie and Evan here, and yeah. Sorry, cool.
Thank you. Next one. Sit the Katie, stand up.
Okay.
I didn't know you were shy, Katie. You just changed the color. Oh, my.
I don't like this.
Okay. Then you're gonna be doing a lot of this.
I know. I'm usually behind the camera, so I'm not really used to this, but I'm Katie. I'm the digital marketer. I've been here since May last year. I'm in Lancaster. I do a bunch of the digital marketing and other marketing things, so if you ever have marketing needs, let me know.
And you guys know, thank you. You guys, Katie, out of college, we hired her, Oregon Pike, and Yaren, videographer. And gentleman up there, introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, I'm Evan. I'm another digital marketer alongside Katie at the Lancaster office. I've been here for 2.5 weeks now, so I can help out a little, but don't come to me with every problem. But I'm happy to help. I'm happy to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to get started out of school here, so I'm really excited.
Nice to have you, Evan. So, the marketing team, we just did some reorg, and Ashlyn is taking over. And it's very important. We're gonna focus on internal marketing heavily. Means that build a culture, and external marketing. And we're gonna making a lot of differences. And I want you guys to know how important marketing is. I was sitting at dinner 3 weeks ago. A friend of mine took me out. Just invited to introduce another kid that gonna go to school in Boston, in Adana, where I'm from originally. But I had green OneWell shirt because I just got off the bat. I was sick. Let's go there, sitting down and just have a coffee. And this guy came to me and said, Mr. Eidikin, I follow OneWell. I follow you. I follow what OneWell does. I'm very proud of your company, what you do. I'm impressed, and blah, blah. I was like, wow. I felt like George Clooney or something. What I'm saying is, there are people following us a lot, and they appreciate what you do, and I want to make it highlight it more. I want to spend a lot of time on digital marketing. I want to create day of caregiver videos, nursing videos, program specialist videos. Everybody, every job has to have a video on. And because the most difficult thing in life is to know what to do. So when somebody comes to our website, like Brandon Cherry says, he didn't know what to do. He was just tired of restaurant business. I also work for restaurant business. This hotel is the first job that I had when I arrived in the United States. I was 23 years old, and there was a movie theater where the gas station is. And I was serving the 10, 12 people would come and order half sandwich and soup. There was no computers. I will come with $20 change. I will go home with $5. I will even lose money. I wouldn't know what to do. And I said, this is not for me. I'm going to go to college. I'm going to get myself better. Laura McBride. Everybody know Laura McBride?
Hi, guys.
Okay. Introduce yourself.
Laura McBride. I am Executive Director of South Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, and Massachusetts. I also oversee a few PA programs, our assistive technology, our Uber department. Most of you I know from my time over Pennsylvania, but some new faces. And I agree with what Tatiana said. I used to know every program specialist in every office, and the growth is amazing. Been between PAHM and OneWell, I hit 5 years last month. So I've held a few different roles, I know a lot about it, and I could safely say that OneWell is the best place to be. So
I'm glad you all are here as well.
Laura McBride was a service coordinator for PHM.
Yep.
And I met her at Christmas event in Pittsburgh. She sat next to me, we talked. And I find out that, again, she had experience with IDD, and we bring her from there to here. Again, it's all about the communication, right? If you're not communicating, you don't know what the person does or how the person does.
Hi everyone, my name is Kristen. I am the nursing manager for Pennsylvania. I also oversee our nursing department in Connecticut and then most likely New Jersey. So I recognize many of you since many of our individuals, need nursing services. But for those of you I haven't recognized yet, welcome. This is a great team. I started as a nurse. I went to the University of Scranton where I got my nursing degree, and then I started at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and I worked there for many, many years. So I am a pediatric nurse at heart, but I also have a great love for the IDD community. I have 2 sons that are on the autism spectrum, so that's what kind of led me to come to this company, and it really means a lot of all the work that you guys are doing. These are great leadership retreats, and it's really nice to meet you all.
Yeah, and I'd say a couple of things for everyone that I know. And I haven't had a chance to work with Kristen, but I know she been on just day to day. But I see her work through Brandon. I know how much Brandon appreciates her. And I also see how much she brought grace to our nursing department. Nurses are a weird group. And strange. I don't know who's stranger, nurses or ESS. I don't know. Kiara is going to throw the glasses over there to me. But, they are very, very tough. And since Kristen came in, her grace, her attitude, her leadership, her character has made a big difference. So thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Bill Pakuch. I'm the regional manager for the Northeast, covering Wilkes-Barre, Allentown, Towanda, Williamsport, and soon to be Stroudsburg. I've been here since May, so going on 6 months. But I've been in this business for way more years than I want to announce. But forever grateful to senior leadership for quote unquote, signing me as a free agent back in April. So it's great to be here, and with other providers I've been with. This whole EVV transition, yes, there were some issues, there were some problems, but trust me, above and beyond excelling in among providers to what this company is doing with EVV. I'm blown out my mind when we have 3 notes missing, when with the previous employer, that would never happen. So just thrilled to be here. It's been a quick 6 months. I'm looking forward to many more.
Bill is in Scranton. It seems like he has been here day 1. We feel very comfortable with his leadership and with his attitude. His values are aligned with our mission and our vision, and very grateful to have him there. And as Brandon showed the number, he improved the numbers. And his previous employee is not a small organization. They are national brand name, big brand name he came from. And he was the director of that program, IDD program. He chose his choice. His decision was to come and to work with us. So he just doesn't have experience. He has a lot of leadership. And then we need him, and then we just want him to adjust himself, and we look forward to great success stories from him. So thank you for him. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Kayla. I am one of the co-regionals for Southeast PA. I've been with the company for about 1.5 years. Absolutely love working here and love our mission.
What's your new last name again?
Glassman.
You just get married.
Yes, I did just get married.
You live in New Jersey.
So I'm
moved?
from New Jersey, yeah. I live in PA, but yeah. Yeah.
Kayla, is a pleasure to have her here. She's amazing. Please.
Hi everyone, I'm Taylor. I'm the other co-regional for Southeast. I also am the regional for New Jersey. I've been here since February, where I started off as a team lead for the ballot office, and then I was promoted to regional manager. I love working alongside of my team day in and day out, and I honestly wouldn't be in this position without all the other leadership that I am under, so I love working here as well.
Taylor took a very big responsibility. She reports to Morgan. Her responsibility is our New Jersey operations, and we just moved to new office. I gotta come there. That's my favorite spot, Princeton. She already has made a big difference, and we already start to see. Again, they have been in New Jersey over 3 years. The biggest problem is whatever we put there. I mean, you know, don't offend to HR. We are hiring people without driver license, right? Can't. In order for us to grow, we have to have quality, 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 quality. I am only good as the people that work with me. As in Turkish we say, tell me your friends, I will tell you who you are. Same thing, tell me where you work, I will tell you who you are. We need to create a brand here and trusted place, and then have quality people. We have supervisors come in, no driver license, no offense. But how did it happen? That's why we changed the HR. That's why we have new leadership, new way to do it, and they are looking at things differently, right? We have to. You have to. You have to hire better people. That's why we need HR. We need good HR, and we have it now. I'm very impressed what they have done, what they are doing. But what happened in the past shows us our experience not to repeat again. Morgan.
Hi guys, I'm Morgan. I am the assistant director. I went to Widener University before here. I was a sports coordinator in Philadelphia. So I'm overseeing Southeast, Northeast, North Central, and New Jersey. I've been with the company for almost 2 years, thanks to Brandon. He found me on LinkedIn. But yeah, I've loved the company ever since. I'm very thankful for all the team members that work underneath of me every day.
Morgan Olsen. Morgan is another example of great leader. As she came to us, we start to see referrals coming, City of Philadelphia, and the growth is incredible. The numbers are remarkable. But it's not the remarkable numbers as we grow and look at the complaints that are coming from that. And the quality is also remarkable. That credit goes to, of course, Morgan, Brandon, Morgan, Taylor, Kayla, and they are impressive. Thank you. Brandon, everybody knows Brandon?
Brandon, I've been here I just reached my 4 years in July. I was a sports coordinator before, went to Penn State. I love working here as well. Sometimes love it too much. So, but I love working and I love what we do and our mission. So.
To Finny Judge, thanks Brandon. I'm gonna say, stand up to Finny Judge. Brandon was just a program specialist not a while ago, but payroll team, Tatiana, and I remember Natalia coming and telling me, you pay attention to this kid, he's good. And Javid will say, this kid is good. And nobody knew who Brandon was, but I knew about him because he was getting a lot of compliments about his quality work as a program specialist. Everybody loved working with him. So when you do a good work, don't realize that people don't pay attention. It comes all the way up to me. And before I met him in person, I know everything about how good work was, because people will talk about good employees, good managers. So Brandon sets an example, and also I want to again sincerely thank him for putting this together, because he wants to help the program, and that's why he's doing it, because he truly cares about this, about us, about you. So, and if he didn't, he will not sit down at night on the weekend, try to organize this, get everyone here to show interest. So, thank you for that. Tiffany Judge, my favorite. Go ahead.
I'm Tiffany Judge. I'm the VP of Regulatory Affairs and Contracts. I've been here 11 years. March will be 12 years. I started as a service coordinator under PHM. We're in the basement of an office right down the street. Had a couple desks, and we had a card table as a desk in there the first couple months. And then I obviously moved up to different positions throughout the many years. Right now I work with all the different states. I help get the main licenses, the contracts, get the portal set up, and get everything going for each of the states. So right now we're working on, I think I have like 5 or 6 states pending for new approval. I have 2 kids.
What happened to the dog?
The dog passed away.
Oh.
In July, I had a golden, a German Shepherd, and passed away in July. So I did have a dog and 2 kids. Now I just have 2 kids. And they take up all my time with soccer and basketball.
I hired Tiffany Judge. I still remember her CV. Still remember where she worked at. And the table that she sat on it, I find somebody put on the street, because I used to go collect the chairs and tables because I couldn't afford.
I think that's how the furniture was.
Now Olga comes in and says, I want to decorate, I don't like the red. I said, no, Olga, you're not changing. So, whatever, as we grow, Tiffany Judge is a service coordinator. Wherever I need help, I come and I put her there, and whether she had experience or not, she just did it, whatever best she can do. And then, yeah, she's one of the reasons we have this company. But Cindy, please.
My name is Cindy C. Miller. I've been here for 5 years. I work in regulatory compliance under Tiffany. I've probably done about 50 investigations since I got my cert, including TikTok Girl, which has been such a pleasure. Before here, I worked in sports coordination for 20 years, and I got my BSW at Temple University. And like Anakin said, we met randomly at the RCPA conference 7 or 8 years ago, somewhere around there. And I'm very thankful that I did, because this is honestly a great place to be.
Yeah, Cindy is the same. She has done a lot of roles, and but we are working on a different program, and I want Cindy and Tiffany lead this. I want to build that advocacy department. I already have it, I just didn't have a chance to bring them together. What we're going to be doing is, Cindy already does this. We're going to go to schools, we're going to guide the family members how to get onto the waiver program, or how to give them a mapping what to do in their lives. It's going to be free of charge. There's no expectation. We're going to have her to go to high schools. We're going to have coffees, tea times with the family members. We're going to do advocacy for our programs. Next, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Allison Silver, and I'm about to celebrate my year anniversary next week.
Your name is?
Allison. Silver, like the color. And I work at Team Lead in Porsche under Kaylin Morgan, and I'm just so happy to be here to help support families, participants. That's what's so meaningful to me. So thank you.
I never met Allison.
No. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Allison. Okay. Next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharnice. I am team lead at Horsham. I think I've been here for about 2 years now. I report to Kayla. It's truly a grateful opportunity to be here. I met some talented, amazing people, so love it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Carla. I'm the team lead on the Southeast, the Bala-Kenwood office.
Which office?
Bala-Kenwood.
Oh, that one.
I've been here for almost a year next week. I started as a program specialist and I was promoted to team lead. I had a very unique time. My team keeps me on challenges. Like I have a big team, so they keep me on my feet, and I'm grateful to be under Morgan and Taylor for the leadership. And moving forward, I just look forward to working with everybody.
How many people you manage?
Right, I used to have 9. I used to have 9 program specialists underneath me. I think right now I have 7. We have the biggest numbers, if I'm not mistaken. We have the biggest numbers in Southeast. Sure. So yeah, they keep me on my feet. They really keep me on my feet.
All right. Your first name again?
Carla.
Because I couldn't hear it. That's why.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy. I'm based out of Southeast, team lead at Broomall office. Started back in March and got promoted back in September. So far, I just love helping with the growth of the company so far, and it's really great to see everybody, really excelling in their own careers. So,
I like your shirt.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Nadira Adams.
What's your name? You went too fast.
Sorry, I'm not good at public speaking. But
Yes, we see it.
my name is Nadira Adams. I'm the team lead at the Langhorne office. I went to Penn State, graduated from Penn State in 2017. I was a support coordinator for like 2 years, and then I came to OneWell. And I would like to thank.
Where were you support coordinator?
It was called Partnership for Community Support in Philadelphia. I would like to thank IDD, Laura, and Brandon for last year helping me with the passing of my dad. You guys really, really helped me. I appreciate that, and it just shows how the company cares about their employees.
Yeah, and thank you. And when another thing that HR didn't mention, and they should have, when there is an emergency, Tatiana leads this. If you have parents or anyone happens to you in life, reach out to Tatiana, to HR. We will do our best. We will take care of it, whatever we can. Because ethically, we're responsible. So, I'm sorry about your rules. So, sir, man in the green. Yes, sir.
So I'm Justin Speller. I'm the team lead in the Why Missing office. This is my 3rd day, so I'm glad to. I think I'll beat everybody. Ganesh is my direct supervisor. I'm still getting settled into things. I have my bachelor's in speech communication from Kutztown University. I have my master's from Ashland University in organizational management. I am a single dad of 2 girls, a 14-year-old and a 3-year-old, so they help keep me on my toes, but also a very big why for me. And then I also do image consulting and public speaking. Those are my hobbies.
I don't know who's going to win the best dressed one. Very nice to have you. Welcome to OneWell.
Hello, everyone. I'm pretty sure I don't know any of you. My name is Charles. I am the Uber Transportation Service Manager. I work out of the Horsham office. I've been with OneWell for about 4.5 years now. I started out as a DSP way back in the day. I remember working with my client and being approached by Jennifer Fishgold at first, saying, hey, we want you to be a program specialist. It's like, nah, that ain't for me. And then as I continued working, I heard more growth, and Brandon approached and said, we really want you to be a program specialist. I was like, okay, I'll do it. and I work out of the Horsham office, and I remember there was just 3 of us in that office plus Brandon and Cindy at that time. It was so small, and we've grown so much larger since then. We've gotten multiple units in that building, and now I walk around every now and again, see these new faces, and I have to go to Cindy or Brandon and say, who started? I don't know this face, so it's so amazing to see how much the company's grown in just the time I've been here. I still remember doing paper service notes, having to harass DSPs to get those in. So it's a lot of growth, and it's amazing to be here and see all these people.
Thank you, Charles. Charles reports to Laura. And what Charles does is very unique for our company, and it is unique for, I don't think anywhere in the world it's happening. Our innovation. So Uber is something that what we build with Uber is nobody has it. It's transportation for non-medical. And that of course goes in, that was the idea came up from Cindy. And when I listened and I put it into software and then they take it to the next level, I think it's one of the most growing business we have, 800 people. 1,000?
We have 1,033 right now.
1,033 less than a year?
Just
one fact about Charles is anytime I buy a costume, he dresses on and goes to turnpike and he shows it.
I do, I spin a sign, so
Yeah.
I think OneWell sign.
Hello everybody, my name is Chris Yolen. As mentioned earlier during my brief presentation, I'm the Quality and Regulatory Administrator with the QRM department here at OneWell. I work under Dominique Taylor. So to kind of offload some of the responsibility that she has covering so many states and so many regulatory concerns and issues, I specifically focus on the state of Pennsylvania. So if you have any questions regarding concerns for regulatory matters, you can come to me. Hopefully I'll have that answer for you. If not, I can quickly look it up and get you that answer. Yeah, I actually came across this position. I was laid off back in May from my previous employer. I was the incident quality assurance manager with that company. I have about 7 or 8 years of experience with incident and risk management as well as compliance. But one of the big things was, at least for me in choosing OneWell, was that I actually had a couple other offers on the table to come work with a couple of other employers. But aside from the job responsibilities and description, it was really the positive feedback that I got about the company. So just learning about, because that's a big thing for me, is looking into the company. And, you know, I mean, anybody can join a company that gets like 1 star, but if you see a lot of complaints about upper management, about the people that work there, in-house drama, so to speak, things like that, it kind of turns me off. But when I looked up OneWell, did a lot of digging and research on the company, I found a lot of good things, a lot of good feedback with the company, so I ultimately decided to come here, and I'm happy with my decision. And yeah, it's nice to meet everybody, put some faces with some names, meet people in person, aside from just virtually or through email. But yeah, again, if you have any concerns or anything with Pennsylvania, come to me. Try to get you that answer.
Thank you for choosing us, Chris. Nice to have you here and nice to meet you in person as well. Brandon E., the famous.
Hello, I'm Brandon E. I'm the Assistant Director for our Rehabilitation and Therapy Services Department. I work under Leslie Cassell. I've been with OneWell a little over 2 years now. Started as a program specialist and now I'm here. I have about over 16 years experience in the IDD population, mainly residential services, so coming over to OneWell was a big change for me, but it's been the best decision so far.
Thanks. It's nice to have you here, Brandon. Brandon has done a good work for us, as Brandon Cherry said it. Pittsburgh is one of the hardest places to grow, so credit goes initial seats by him, Ira, Matt, Cynthia. It's very, very difficult to establish business in Pittsburgh. It's not that easy. I'm very proud of your work. Impressive.
I'm Martha Langley. I'm the regional manager for South Central. I started, April will be 2 years, I started as a program specialist in the Mechanicsburg office. I had no cases. Now there's 3 people working out of that office. That office is growing well. I spent a little bit of time up in the Northeast, had a wonderful time up there. Learned a lot about that area, so it was great, and now I'm down in the South Central. But I think the biggest thing for me for OneWell is that OneWell has a heart. If I had met OneWell 30 years ago, my life, my personal life, or my son's life who passed away, who had IDD, life would have been very, very different. Last night I sat across the table from a lady and I shared my story with her. And I got a message from the SC late last night and she said, she chose you, she said. And so, you know what, that's what it's about, because we can make a difference. And thank you, because of what you did, it's made a difference for people. So I'm just very thankful to be here and very grateful for the teams I've served under, grateful for Brandon, and the opportunity to be here, even though I'm an old lady. So.
I'm the oldest. No, after Javid.
I'm close.
Javid after.
How's everyone doing? My name is Charles Fleet. I'm the team lead for Mechanicsburg office. Been with the company for a year in January. It's been a great opportunity. My sister got me involved with it, and honestly, I feel like there's no turning back now. And it's just keep moving forward with this team and with this company, and just to continue, just to work as hard as I can, honestly.
Now, I haven't been in the office yet. How big is now? How many people there? Mechanicsburg.
Mechanicsburg, we have 3 people, and then we have, there's recruiters and employment specialists and back. Yes.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Sullivan. I'm the team lead out of the Chambersburg office. I've been here for about 2 years, a little over 2 years. I have nothing but great things to say about OneWell. I love the community I've worked for. I love everybody that's on my team, and I'm really grateful to be here.
Thank you. I haven't met Charles, so Caitlin. How was the team? Was still staying?
Still moving.
Still there?
Yeah.
Still there, right?
Hi, I am Kaylee Holsinger. I am the team lead out of the Altoona office.
What's your name?
Kaylee Holsinger. I came to OneWell. Brandon and I used to work together for a different provider, and I worked there many years and was not the path that I wanted to be taken. So Brandon came to me, said how great OneWell was. I came aboard, and I've been so happy I did it.
So if something goes wrong, blame somebody. Connor.
Hello, everybody. My name is Connor Smith. I am the training manager. I'm in the Altoona office. I started in July of 23 as a DSP. Was in that role until October. Then moved to a senior trainer, program specialist, and most recently to training manager. I actually got the job here at OneWell as a DSP, kind of an accident. I was working in a restaurant full-time, and somebody came to me and was like, maybe you should do it. I picked it up part-time. I did it 1 day a week. And then after that, I transitioned to 3 separate clients. On my way to that last meet and greet, I got a call asking if I wanted to be a program specialist. Literally cried in my car. And the rest is history. So, thank you.
The travel team was in what office you guys?
Altoona.
Altoona office, yes. That's where they find the killer of the United Healthcare. You see you, right? That was right there. That office. Next time, okay. Yeah, we were on the nation. Go ahead, Tom.
First of all, make me cry. Okay. My name is Dominique Taylor. I'm Director of QRM for our northeastern states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Connecticut, New Jersey, soon to be Maryland, soon to look into Delaware, soon to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're moving. Yes, the move. I'm here 6 years, 5 months. I came from PA Health Management, started off as a service coordinator, and then quickly transitioned into a role of compliance and training leadership over with PA Health Management, and since then have been blessed with coming over to OneWell. Comparing OneWell to any other agency that I've worked for in the field of over 12 years that I've been in human services, between LTSS and IDD, I can't even begin to just compare the growth and the leadership just as a team conquering so many different services across many states now. It's just such a beautiful thing to be a part of and witness. So, thank you.
I met Dominic when she was a service coordinator one weekend, 4th of July weekend. At that time there was no OneWell. And there was this lady, we were doing just LTSS. She was running away from all the hospital and nobody was asking her. So I saw Dominic, she was working so hard to find a place for this lady. She just want to come home with me. I'm like, no, I have a wife and kids. She says, okay, I won't bother you. But anyway, Dominic, whatever we give it to her, she's an exceptional person. I want you guys to know. She's leading the QRM quality risk management. She works under Zach and Joey, but her work is exceptional. So we're very lucky to have her, and then I know she's going to make a big difference, and has already made. So thank you. Sergio.
Hello everyone, my name is Sergio Ocaño. I'm project manager for home modification, work with Leslie and Brandy. I worked for OneWell almost 4 years. I mean, 1 year it was illegal. I know how you get from home.
That ICE agency or something.
I mean, working with OneWell, I work in Lancaster office. I mean, I'm everywhere. Lancaster, Mechanicsburg, Shermansburg, whatever. Working with OneWell is like a family. That's why, I mean, you give opportunity to everybody. Like, it's working well like with your family. Parents, whatever. Heineken is an amazing person. And thank you for what you do for everybody every day. And that's it. Thank you.
Yes, and Sergio.
There we go.
Sergio does a wonderful job. And Sergio used to own a restaurant. It seems like a common theme here is everybody comes from restaurants. Sergio used to own his own restaurant. He used to be my friend. And I used to go to his restaurant. We had still friends. Friends. And who will know what Sergio does so good? If somebody told me 5 years ago what Sergio is going to be doing for IDD and helping home modifications, and wherever we send Sergio, participants, families, and even the AE or service coordinators always rave about him, and we always get very good feedback. And he's the backbone of the home modification department, and he puts his heart out there. So thank you, Sergio.
Thank you.
The thing is that he get his surgery, he can hear.
No, I hear now.
I hear now.
My name is Leslie Cassell. I have been with OneWell 2 years in March. I'm an occupational therapist by background. I did direct care for, I guess, about 24 years before I came to OneWell. Probably one of the scariest, most amazing decisions I've ever made. Stepping out of direct care into developing these therapy programs. Shout out to Laura, my biggest cheerleader, my biggest supporter, giving me the confidence I needed to do this. I have 3 kids, a daughter and 2 sons. Just a little, I work at the Lancaster office as well. A little fun fact about OneWell. My daughter is in her 2nd year at Ohio State University. She was given the opportunity last summer to intern with our finance department. So they kind of took her under her wing and took very good care of her. And you know, aside from loving OneWell as an employee, it's pretty incredible to watch my daughter in that same environment and get to experience it. So good for mom's heart to see, kind of set the bar very high, grow to expect moving on in your career. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Leslie has a very big task because she's trying to build something that we have no idea. And it's going right direction, and very proud of our work, Brandon E. And I think it's like a nursing program. Leslie brings a grace and quality to us. And it's a pleasure to have her. Jenna.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenna Incorbaya. I started with OneWell about 2 years ago, kind of a similar entrance as Leslie. I was in bedside nursing before I came here. I kind of knew about OneWell, but I had no idea really what I was getting myself into. But you know, I made a leap. I made a career change. Things I did, he gave me a chance. And I love it. I love it here. I started as a program specialist, and then I transitioned into assistive technology, and you know that's also been kind of something to figure out. So the support that I've had from Laura, from Brandon, from IDD to help navigate this new service has been amazing. A fun fact about me. I have a daughter and a cat and a husband.
Jenna is also Jenna's department is unique. The programs, the regional managers, please spend time with Jenna and Leslie. And every home you go in, they have budget there. Let's get these people tools to develop their education, do better. There's money there. So don't look at the individual. As I said in my beginning, we want to have smart and caring company. And when you look at the one purpose, one health, one well. When you go in the home, don't look at the person just because they have a procedure, IHCS. Look at as if, do empathy, and to see what other services they need, they are not getting it, and how we can help them. Look at that. What would you do if that person is your child? Assistive technology has a lot of opportunity there, and we are only using 2% of assistive technology in our business. I like to see that growth. It's not enough, and there's a budget there, but there's nothing utilized.
Hello, my name is Holly. I'm team lead for the Erie office. I started here about 2 years ago as a DSP. I could immediately see that it was a great company that I very much want to move up into, and so let's go forward.
Thank you, Holly. And Erie is area that is challenging, as Brandon said earlier, but I see Holly has been making a difference, so thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Casey. I am the team lead in our Warren office. About 2 years ago, I left a pension and super great vacation and super cheap insurance so that I could come and make a real difference in people's lives. And that is something that OneWell has really offered me. It's pushed me to grow in many different ways that I didn't think would be possible for myself. And I'm very appreciative of that. My daughter actually graduates and she is looking at going to school at La Roche. And so last night I was doing a little bit of research just to kind of look and see how far away she would be in order to work for OneWell.
as a part-time job because I feel that OneWell really can give back to the individuals that we serve, but it also builds our DSPs who serve our people too.
Okay, thank you, it means a lot. So we get your daughter here and put her to work.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe. Kiara.
Hello, everyone. I am Kiara Kendrick. I am the manager of the BSS program manager. So I've been working at PA with the entire BSS department. There's been a lot of moving pieces with the BSS department. We are definitely growing. We're growing. That's the best way for me to put it. There have been a lot of changes. We are not the only agency in PA that are going through things that we're going through, but we're committed to making it a solid process and making it something that works for our individuals so that we can provide the service to the individuals that we work with. A little bit about me, I actually did not start off in behavioral. I started here, some of you know, I came here to get a behavioral break. I started here as a program specialist, and that did not last long. So I realized when I came to the program that there were a lot of things that there was opportunity for growth, and I was excited to be able to bring that to the table. And it's been a wild ride, but we are here, and I believe in all the work that we're doing. So, yeah.
I want to especially thank to Kiara. When we decided to have the BSS department, again, as I said in my earlier meeting, you guys messed by the way. It's all about people, the leadership, and when you're looking at the department, if there are issues, we need to hold the managers accountable. And she stepped in, and she did her best, and she put everything together, so I'm very grateful to have her. And the BSS department is like AT, like home month. It's very critical. It's really probably 90% of our individuals need to use this program. At the end of the day, it improves the positive behavior. And I know a lot. I'm reading, and she's very impressed because I'm helping them to build a C2S, so I spend a lot of time reading and learning. And we're gonna make the best of this program in Pennsylvania, in everywhere. And I trust Kiara will lead this, and then she will help us to get there. So, thank you, Kiara. You're not Ice Asian, right?
No, sir. I am Dan Marcel. I think I'm the only person in the room from Connecticut. It's a pleasure to be here. I was hired about 2.5 months ago as a program specialist. And we had to kind of tear things down a little bit in Connecticut and working on building it back up. I'm really impressed by the innovation and the resources that OneWell has to offer. It's truly impressive. So I'm looking forward to getting things going.
Thank you. Dan thank you for driving all the way from Connecticut. I can say a lot of great things about Dan in a short amount of time, but I'm very glad that we found him. Thank you, Brandon, for saying, hey, let's get Dan here. For the leadership position as well. Connecticut was in hot water, and it was in hot water, and it was 90% of the issues were management problems. And when there's that, the state was watching us, falling miserably, no compliance, no care, no nothing. It's just, but we were not receiving any data because the leadership was hiding everything. And we cleaned it up, and then step up, and then is like Bill. He run his own business, he has experiences, his family and his children lives in Connecticut, he's local, he knows the needs, he loves the population, he loves the individuals, he likes the care, he likes integrity, and he has made a big difference. And Connecticut, thanks to him, thanks to Brandon, thanks to Dominique, thanks to Joey, thanks to Zach, thanks to everyone that Kayla also stepped in there. Thanks to, I think we had a meeting with state and I was presenting him and he said, how did you achieve this? I said, I take ownership of it. And when I take ownership of it, and I will work on it. And I want the same attitudes everywhere. But Dan has been blessing. Thank you. And we have made a big difference in Connecticut, and business is growing. And it's going to, I don't want to forget Natalia. Natalia oversees that too. And she has been amazing work with that. So, and also, and I want to say that Brittany and Tatiana for HR perspective, and they have been a lot of support. It's like, it's not one person can say, as you can see when I say we have done, I have to put 5, 6 names. And again, communication and collaboration. I can't, we gotta do everything as a team. Zach?
My name is Zach, including summers worked in college. I've been here probably, 2 years, but didn't really have a choice. I always hear him on the phone, so I guess since I was born, I've always been involved. Business control, internal audit, probably helped a lot of you out, worked with all of you, we kind of do a little bit of everything. I don't think Javid and I still know what we're supposed to do every day. Still trying to figure it out, but it's different every day. It's nice to see everybody and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Zach, you guys know he's my son. The last time I was in this room, it was his high school graduation. Yes. Yes. We had a no, not the high school graduation, basketball. I was the president of the Basketball Booster Club and I had a speech here. Zach went to college, he's a pilot, he still flies, and then I guess he's gonna break my marriage or not because my wife wants him to fly. He likes to be here with us, but he's trying to do both jobs. He's flying for a commercial airline. What's the airline? Frontier. He's a pilot. He flies big commercial airlines. But he rather be with Jovid. He loves Jovid, and as you can see, but I want him to go have a good time and do as much as he can. But it has been a pleasure to see him, how much he cares and how much he's growing. So like when I said bring your daughters, I meant it because we need continuously, as we grow, we want to build new people with the culture and values. We need people. If we want to grow, we need people. And we need good people. Michelle?
Hi everybody, I'm Michelle, the Southeast Team Lead for the Behavior Support Department. Nice to meet all of you and some of you in person for the first time. I went to Temple with a background in recreation therapy, so it's nice to come here and apply some of those things from recreation therapy into behavior support, such as like the interest-based activities that we help people use when they need to, cope or just show their behaviors in a different, more acceptable way out in the community. I've been here since May of last year. I'm at the file office, and I just love being here. Can picture myself always being here. It's a wonderful company. Very happy with the new leadership that we're under, and to be able to collaborate with everyone on a daily and weekly basis. So just appreciate that and the support that's given from all other departments as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. This is the second time I hear you speaking.
Very shy.
Very shy. Joey.
Hello, my name is Javid. I'm a business controller and internal audit. I moved to Pennsylvania from Illinois 22 years ago, and it was an amazing journey. I started with RCM, at that time it was billing department. IDD operations was probably 1/4 of all PHM. Now it's reverse. It was tremendous, amazing growth and journey. And a year ago, I became a director of business control and internal audit, and it's very interesting operations, and we're here to help you all, guys. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Javit. Javit, it's a pleasure. I met Javit. Apparently, you guys know Javit and Natalia. They're not secret lovers. They're husband and wife. If you're, so I met Javit before he married to her, and we were trying to have him here. It has been a pleasure to work with Javit. He's smart and he has a lot of experience. And thank you, Javit.
So I bring him to Pennsylvania.
That's,
Tomorrow.
You are the reason he's here, not OneWell. So
Yes, tomorrow will be 10 years from our first date. Yes, I found the ticket. He invited me for first date in Denmark, Copenhagen.
Okay, the ladies, if you want to date a man, make sure he takes you to Copenhagen. Don't settle less, right?
So I'm Natalia Alexeyevich. I'm finance manager, work for OneWell 4.5 years. I love OneWell and I love to save OneWell money.
Thank you. Natalia has stepped up and she's doing an amazing job. And I'm going to talk about it a little bit before the food comes, so go ahead. Thank you. Thanks, Natalia.
Hello, everybody. My name is Junaidi Marin. I'm the team lead for the Lancaster office, for the program specialist. I've been here for a little bit over a year. One thing that I do enjoy about my job is meeting the individuals and their families, and for them to know that we as OneWell are there for them. Because some of these families, they feel lost, like they don't. And thank you, Attica, for giving me a chance. But yeah, I love OneWell, and Ganesh is my supervisor. I'm very happy to have her. She has taught me a lot, and that's what I do. Thank you.
Well, one fun fact about her. Her brother works with us. You know who her brother is? Anybody knows? Not Lancaster. Does anybody know who her brother is? Alberto. Alberto is like my kid. I love Alberto.
How's the baby? She's good.
Yes,
She's getting big.
Yes.
Yeah.
You tell me Alberto had a baby? No?
No, my daughter.
Oh, okay, because Alberto is just getting married and he's in the Caribbean.
Loving,
Yes.
the uncle of the,
Yes.
sacred hero today.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Alberto is her sister, and I have known her all this time, coming and going, but yeah.
For
It's
years.
nice to have you here.
Hello everyone, my name is Ganesh and I'm a regional manager for Southern Region. And I started in 2020 and I work under SCA recruitment HR with Brittany Walters. And I'm here now, and thank you, Attica, for the opportunity to work with OneWell and PHM. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. Ganesh had an opportunity and she loves what she does and she shows it and she's growing the business, doubled it. And then whenever I walked in and said, what do you like? She says, I love working with Brendan. So she gets a lot of support from Brendan, she says, and that helps her to grow. So thank you, Ganesh.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amber Clark. I am the team lead out of the Wilkes-Barre office. I've been at OneWell for 2.5 years. It'll be 3 years in April. Just coming to OneWell has been a great opportunity. Watching the Wilkes-Barre office grow. We had, 3 people in the one little office. Laura was in a closet. Now we have 4 program specialists, other departments. And just building the connections with the community, with the SCs, and everybody knows our name up there now, and it's great to see, and it's definitely showing as well.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Snyder, and I'm the team lead at the Williamsport office. I work under Bill. I've been here a little over a year. I was an SC originally with CCR, and Laura McBride actually found me and brought me over, and I don't regret it one bit. It's actually better on this side.
I got approved from HR, we have 15 minutes, but we only have 15 minutes. Because my earlier speech, I want to talk about what we have been building. I want everyone to listen carefully because it's important. The OneWell, we didn't explain the organization structure probably, but this is the first time we put this meeting together, and when I'm looking at all this, it's a fabulous job, remarkable work, so thank you. But one thing that I want everyone to understand, what we have, what is our vision. I think we talk about the vision, and I think it's very clear. We want to be the best, no doubt. I want us to be the best, no setup. How? Focus on the care. Make the people feel like they have the advocate and they can trust OneWell. We never will drop the ball, we will take care of these individuals. If we do this right, what is changing in the United States is, if we do this right, if we do it with the right and no stealing money from the government, from the taxpayers, do it right, then more people can come into this program and we can take care of the more people. So we are not driven by to make the money fast and quick cash. We want to earn the money. Well, we want to reduce the cost, and we're going to spend more time on individuals' needs and make them have a quality care, give them a choice, give them their right to have a quality life. That's why we work for it. How are we going to do this? We did these structure changes. So in OneWell, now let me start with the HR. And under Tatiana Robotowski's leadership, she's the grace of this company, and she sits here. You met her. Under her, we said, okay, without HR, we cannot accomplish our success. And then we brought Brittany, Yana, we divided the state to two, East and West. East is under Brittany. And then we said, these are gonna do recruitment and do hiring, day-to-day HR. Then we have Allison Floyd. Allison, you just met her, but she's a sweetheart. She got a big heart. She's an amazing individual. So under her, we have Jacqueline, we have others to go into the issues. What we have done, we created a complaint database. It's on the web. Anybody can complain, bring their issues. But please don't take this as these tools to use these tools to go to complain nonsense, because eventually we're gonna figure out these people are doing nonsense complaint and they're gonna be terminated for their attitude because they're doing false allegations to their supervisors. It goes both ways. Fairness. You gotta be fair. If the program specialist keep talking about negative his or her supervisor and it's all false accusations, and it's time to look at their attitude, right? So what we have been doing, we have been spending, we put structure, and then we said 401k, benefits, workers' comp. So HR department is working very hard. And every day they meet 11:30 to go the issues, and then things are going to very, very right directions. Are we good, best yet? No. Our work is everyday challenges getting. So the HR leadership has the right individuals, but what they don't have it is the tools. We're working on it. While we're working on it, we are getting better on the hiring, Indeed communications, and we're gonna spending more time on our website, and we are putting strike system. With the strike system, when the caregivers are, with the smart EBV, December 1st, it's going live. So what's gonna happen is this. COST, Customer Operations Support, they are taking over the management of schedule. So the program supervisors, or regional managers, case managers, you guys don't have to worry about any more off hours, the schedule, what happens, how the shifts are managed. So when smart EVV that we implemented, call center is going to take it over. And if the people don't show up, the system is gonna strike them. We have the point system. You hit the 25, it's a 5 modular. You don't, no show, no call, 25 points. Second time, 25 points, 50. First, you get written warning, 50, you get terminated. We're having tools is coming, things are changing. So I want you guys to get prepared for this. Take this moment today, as I said, why we are here, but also the new things are coming here that you need to pay attention. We are changing the care. The care in the United States, we are changing. We are putting smart, making it smart, and making it accountable, and having it the heart in it, right? So the strike system is going to be all the Allison, thanks to Allison and Tatiana, they have been working on it a long time. It's still going. December 1st is going to go live. They're going to start testing it. It's going to be a point system like your driver license. And what else we are building? Performance management. We are changing the PIP to IDP. Why? Because when somebody says, I get a PIP, oh, you give me a PIP, you're gonna terminate me. No, we changed that. It's not performance improvement plan anymore. It's gonna be called individual development plan. We see issues with you, we see improvement that needs with you, and here is the goal, here is the plan for you. IDP, not PIP anymore, right? So the performance system is being built, being tested with the HR. What else we are building the HR? Besides that 360 assessment. So we started it, so anyone is gonna say, somebody wants to have a rate, don't show up and say, give me a rate. Assess yourself, go to your supervisor, say, these are my responsibilities, these are this is me, this is the business KPI, this is business goals. I achieve the business goals, and I assess myself and send your manager, and the manager says, yes, this person deserves, and goes the HR review. After HR says yes, and the finance says yes, I have the budget or not. But we are building this too. So it's being building and tested. What we are doing also is, besides all this, we put that offboarding, we put the new incident management, new complaints is all integrated. And then what we are also building is offboarding. We had built and implemented. I think it's helping offboarding. And then we need to spend more time on the recruitment. We are creating the recruitment dashboards to understand after Indeed, are they getting positioned the jobs? After the position the jobs, how often they are staying? What is our retention? The last our retention number was 97%. That's a remarkable number. Nobody can achieve that in this industry. So what else we are doing with the HR perspective? We are building our own payroll system. It's crazy. It's crazy because without our payroll system, we know a lot of issues happening with the program specialist pay. With the smart EVV, I think it went down. The payroll is going to be connected with our own internal system. We will never, our issues will be minimal. We have a higher consulting firm. We have 10 software engineers working day and night. And then we are going to release our payroll system. Only a few companies in the world can do it. No company in this industry can do it. We are doing it. And some nonprofit organization already reaching out to me about if they can use it as grow. They want to see how we do it. But big changes are coming. And what we have done with the HR perspective, we are putting HR in every office, recruitment specialists in everywhere. So the first, we want to make sure that there is a strong HR to support. Without the HR, we cannot get to where we want. What is missing, what we need, and what to drive this, thanks to Brandon, is that we need to train the managers how to be leaders, not to manage. I don't want anybody to manage anyone. I don't manage people. I lead people. I can't tell you, I can't micromanage anyone. What micromanage? Give me the task, give me the list. No, that's not it. You need to see what is the results of the task, how you can have the person to achieve those results. That's the leadership. So what the HR department is gonna get putting all this, and we're gonna start management courses. Nobody's gonna say anymore, yes, I get promotion and I'm gonna be a manager. No, you're gonna go to training, you're gonna take a test, we're gonna teach you, you're gonna know how to write, how to speak, how to dress, how to care, we're gonna teach you. If you're not, your manager might give you promotion. If you cannot pass those training, you're not gonna be manager. So we are working on this in the HR side, and I'm very grateful for the HR leadership, and I want to give everyone a big ovation for HR for what they do. So the second one is the finance. Before, we have business control, internal audit under the finance. I took them away and I created that department. Javid leads it and Zach helps them out. We have two, East and West. Dominic sees all the East and the West is all seen by Emily McDonald. So the finance, we created a new group called RCM, Revenue Cycle Management Group. Their job is to make sure that revenue means the participant is coming from eligibility to authorizations to billing. They manage that with the finance department. And we see the progress. So under Natalia's organization, we have RCM and then the finance. So what we are going to be doing is, before it was Anush Soha, now we are localizing the finance department to your needs. So it's going to be less bureaucracy. In our business, it has to do 1, 2, tango. 1, 2, 3. If you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you lose it. The people lose the care. 1, 2, 3. That's it. I need something. 1, I gotta talk to that person is gonna take care of it. If I go to 4th and 5th, our clients is gonna suffer. So every process we do, we need to, because at the end of the day, people's lives are on our shoulders, so we need to use it. 1, 2, 3. That's it. That's called flat organizations. That's what we're trying to achieve here. So finance, thanks to Natalia, we have Rushan, we have RCM team is connected there, every regional manager. So then we have business control and internal audit, led by, and under that we have QRM as well. So it is actually, and also legal. So Javid sits on top of it, Zach, under Zach, they got QRM, all this, all those regions. So what we do is, we put the second control, third control actually. You have the manager, the control. Then you have HR, who's the control. Then the third is business control. And the fourth control is internal audit that continues to looking at the things, and we are finding a lot. We have found several months ago, a person, she was a service coordinator, she was a client, and she was the SC at the same time. And she's driving Mercedes SC 600, right? Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct. So if we didn't have those controls, we would not catch that, right? Okay. So we have a control, and then business control is doing it, RCM is doing it. So that improves the quality. And then what we have done is bring the Dominic, as I don't want you guys to take this slightly, she is a pistol. Okay? You give her a problem, she will fix it. So she's putting her heart out there and making sure that our relationship with the state is not a state, right? This as the problem, right? So making sure regulators and our relationship is aligned, and we are doing what the regulators expect us to do. And Chris oversees the state, Dominic oversees all those states on the east. So it's important. In EIM is a problem. Why is a problem? Because it's impacting to disrupting the care. Why it's a problem? The caregivers that trust us and they make so little money and we put them off the job and they won't know what happens to them next week, next day. Are they gonna have a job? Are they gonna find guilty? Because somebody, as Chris says, you just hear something, just report. You can make up a story and you can get somebody in trouble until that investigation is over. So what we gotta do? We are gonna be implementing supervisor visits. We haven't implemented yet. We will expect the program supervisors go home unannounced and then have the relationship and then build trust. Because why we have EIMs? Because we have no trust established. Once we have established the trust, we're not going to have these EIMs. And how? We're going to show up, and we will show up that your son, your daughter, your loved ones matter for OneWell, and we will take care of it. So I want you, whatever is presented here is not something to take slightly. So these changes, then what we're changing is the finance is changed, and then business control and internal audit. When it comes to Brandon's department, and then he puts his heart out, and I'm gonna say it again, and we're looking at the numbers, we're looking at this, but now you're looking at the 3 dimensions. How are we doing as your department? How am I doing for OneWell? How am I doing for my client? And how am I doing for myself? You are important too, right? So you gotta have 3 dimensions to look at. That's why this 360 that we are building, we are going to implement this, and then you guys are going to have assigned the HR manager, besides your manager, to everyone, and we're going to build this. Why? Because I think that's the only way we can be competitive, and that's the only way we can be the number one, the best. Investing in you is the only way we can achieve it. I don't want you guys to take what I talked about, the purpose. Please take it serious. If you don't worry about one, wherever you go in your life, have a purpose. Have some goals. Without goals, it doesn't exist. We have no difference than animals, right? Eat, live, sleep. Eat, drink, sleep. If you don't have goals to achieve, what's the purpose? So what we have done in the business perspective, IDD, and then we put Leslie under different department and we have Laura is leading some, but it coordinates, it requires coordination. Assisted technology, Uber, OT, PT, speech, home mods. You guys have to coordinate communication. So that's why what we need to do is when you are in client's home, please assess their needs. Don't look at them just one way. You know there is money there. They can get services. Why not take care of it? So another big thing is we are doing is, besides all this, we are building smarter system, stronger system. OneWell, I mean, smart EVV, we implemented, right? Everybody is using smart goals. That's smart. If you're not using it, it's not gonna generate the progress notes. Services of California. He gave me his card, he says, IDK, if I don't call you in 2 weeks, call me. I flew out of country, but he sends me email, he wants to be with me because he says, we have no company that we know is implementing this. We are. But we need you guys to implement this so we get the data in our hands. Why? Because the efficiency. Why? Effectiveness. Why? That drives the quality care. So smart EVV that we have is the game changer. How are we doing it? Our payroll runs 100%. We haven't missed one pay. We haven't said to employees, we didn't run the payroll this week. Can you hold it? All our competitors, they can't run it. Our payroll runs in an hour. We have daily pay. We pay people next day if they work. Our benefits have the best benefits. What it says is, we get the income, we take that back and reinvest back to company. Unlike our competitors, we don't have large board investors. I'm it. I'm this. This is all you got. But what we do is we get that money back to our company, our employees, to do better. So what I want you to do is, if this company is making income, it's gonna reflect back to you. You all gonna get better pay. DSVs will get better pay. So we need to focus on, and all those program specialists, the regional managers, please focus on non-utilization. No utilization is an issue. What issue is it? It's a compliance problem. Low utilization is also a problem. Why we are not providing services to that home? Because we don't have enough people to hire. What's going on? And then overtime. Please watch overtime. Watch the service notes. We are gonna implement that more, focus on it, making sure the people getting service. The progress note's gonna catch it. Make sure the caregivers are getting help supporting their individuals. That's the game. Second, I really need your help. Have communication and trust established with SCs and family members. At the end of the day, 3 dimensions. Again, you need to make sure caregivers, caregivers and program specialists, caregivers, SCs and families. You have to look at the 3 dimensions. Make sure that we are having established trust. Without trust, no relationship. And we need to decrease the EIM, and we need to increase the relationship and trust with the SCs. So besides that, what we are doing, regional level, we are building ABA program under Leslie. And we brought somebody who built this program for many years, very successful man named Anthony. He reports what he's doing now. We are building ABA program in Connecticut, and we're gonna bring this program here, and then we're gonna bring that program everywhere else with our BSS. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build programs that will enable our clients have a quality life. But is these programs are profitable? No. Is it driven by profit? No. Assisted technology, are we making money? No. Uber, are we making money? All that investment, all the software engineers, trust me, no. Are we making money in the home mods? No. But we have to. We have to at least break even, at least improve the income so we can give that back to our employees, right? So why I'm talking about this is when you are giving a rate to a caregiver, if it is $20 in the ICHS is about 24, 25. The other is, what's the other procedure called? Not homemaker. Companion. I mean, if you give a person $30, you know, in the market is $22. And then you need to know that 25%, 30% is on top of it is a cost. What cost? Cost that we can give you guys a best healthcare system, healthcare options, right? We have the best healthcare, so we can give 401k. I hope someday we can give 2, 4, 5, 10%, everybody a 401k. Why I'm telling you this is take ownership of the business. Accountability is what we need to drive, what we need to get it, what you guys need to drive to your employees is the accountability. Accountable. Take the accountability, take ownership of this company. I cannot run this company by myself. There is only 12 hours a day, and trust me, if there are 10,000 hours a day, I will work for 10,000 hours because I love being here. It's not driven by the money because I see the opportunity there to change the lives and to make something meaningful. And I want everybody to know what we do is in the United States, the world is way behind us. Imagine how we can change the world if really up to us. And if we can establish the quality care norms and synonymous with OneWell, OneWell healthcare, it's like a BM, you want to drive a quality car, drive Mercedes or Bentley, I don't know who drives Bentley. Maybe somebody drives Bentley, I don't care. But what I'm saying is, in order to show the quality, we have to be the best. So I need your help. And then now it's nice to know everyone. And I am Wick, Brandon, I make it there on time. But one thing, we just started. It's only 5 years. Okay? We have so much to do. We're gonna make mistakes. We're gonna fail. We're gonna learn. We're gonna readjust ourselves. We're gonna do better. But I wanna say last time, thank you. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, everyone who put this together. Have lunch. And any questions? I ask questions. My meetings, I ask questions. I want people to. Does anybody have any questions for me before lunch? Nobody wants? No one? Nobody has any questions? Thank you.
Guest speaker, Mr. Ed Crow. So he actually spoke when we were at the RCPA conference 2 months ago. I'm very impressed. I thought it would be very valuable to our session today. Spoke about leadership, accountability, empowering our leaders with the tools to succeed, which is what we talked about this morning. But I think it'll help a lot of people, so I appreciate everyone who be engaged, participate, and take note and learn from this session. And I believe starting at UP, and was promoted and worked his way up there. Since he is a talent transformation expert, empowering leaders and salespeople across Pennsylvania. Country. Okay. All right. So we're very lucky to have him here. I believe he's a Baltimore Ravens fan, so forgive him about that. But yeah, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Crow.
I gotta use this thing so they can pick it up. See, the beauty of you guys booing me is it can only get better, right? I mean, when you get booed when you walk up to the stage, it can only get better. And those of you that booed, how many of you, be honest, of those of you that booed, how many of you are Eagles fans? Okay, so why are you booing Ravens fans? They're not even in the same conference. It doesn't make any sense. It's Philly. You don't even like yourselves, most of you. So I gave a talk this morning. I said, like, what do you? I mean, what do you care now, Steelers fans? I expect to be booed by Steelers fans. I'm married to one. It's an issue. So in all seriousness, thanks for having me. Got to meet Brandon and a couple of you at RCPA, and so it's cool to be here to chat. Now, for the next hour, I'm not going to stand here and talk at you, okay? I would like this to be a discussion. So if I look at you, where's my HR people? Where are y'all at? Oh, and y'all are booing. The people that preach the acceptance of different viewpoints and things are booing me. Where was I going with that? I don't know where I was going. There was something. I will remember it shortly. I know what it is. I'm an HR person too, by heart, which means I can ask a question and just stare at you until you answer. Okay, and that's what I will do. So we're going to talk about leadership today, obviously, but the title is Leadership Gold. We want to dig and find some golden nuggets in our leadership style. What can we use? Where are we at on our journey? That's what this session is all about. I believe leadership's a journey. And we're all at different parts of that journey, right? Some of us just starting out and maybe a leadership role, others been in leadership for a number of years perhaps. I don't know, they say that, every great journey has a destination. I don't know if that applies to leadership, quite honestly, right? I don't know if we can ever sit back and say, I'm a great leader. Because there's always something we can be working on. I mean, they've asked me to come talk to you about leadership. I don't consider myself a great leader. I still have stuff I'm working on, okay? And so, what I would like you to do, though, is let's say I bring a topic up today, and it's something you've heard before. You have two options. One, oftentimes we tune out when that happens, right? Heard this before, I can check out for a while. I'm going to ask you to resist that urge, and instead ask yourself, why am I hearing it again now? What's the purpose? Why is this coming back into my world again, this concept? Because there's got to be a reason, okay? The other thing I will ask for some forgiveness on is I am breaking one of the main rules of public speaking, which is I have a lozenge in my mouth. And the risk is that it's going to come flying out. But I gave a 4-hour training this morning and my voice is on, its last leg. So if I don't do this lozenge, we could be in trouble. So if it comes flying out, I apologize. Okay, now, let's jump in here. We worked our way. There we go. So I am a big fan of John Maxwell. I think, if you've read any of his books, he's got 30-some books out there on leadership. He's got some great wisdom. But this, I think, is some of the best stuff the man has ever said, right? We're always taught to learn from our mistakes, or to look at someone else's mistakes and learn from that so we don't make the same mistake. But look at the last sentence there. Do we ever take the time to learn from others' successes? Or to learn from our own successes and say, gosh, I just did something pretty cool. How do I replicate that? That is really, really important for us to think about, okay? And one of the best ways that we can do that is, let's say you've, I'll give you an example. So I'm here with you. When I'm done and I get back to my office, I'm going to debrief in my head how things went today before I ever look at how you tell me how I did today. And I'm going to ask myself a couple things. What went right? What went wrong? What would I do differently? And I ask myself that every time I get off stage, every time I get done with a client training program, every time a project wraps up, whatever it is, I do this little debrief. Why is that debrief so critical? This is the interactive part. Just make sure we're all on the same page. Why is that debrief so important? To reflect what? I'll hold it for you. You don't have to hold it.
I guess to reflect on the things that you learned or the things that you want to apply.
Okay, so heard two things there. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Sharnice. She said two things. Things that I learned, things that I want to apply. How often do we forget to apply what we've learned? We come to stuff like this, we hear all kinds of great ideas, we go to conferences, whatever it happens to be. We get filled with all this knowledge, and we party with some people, we built some relationships, and then we come back and just go back and do the same old thing all over again. I remember when I was still an in-house HR person, and I sent a bunch of my staff to the National HR Conference. It's not cheap, right? A couple thousand in the attendance fees, and then you're putting them on a plane, and you got the hotel, and we have all this stuff, right? So a big chunk of change. And they came back, and we're having our debrief, and they're telling me about all these great things they learned. I said, great, what are we going to do about it? And they just stared at me. Well, what do you mean? I said, well, you had this great idea, like, how are we going to implement this? I don't know. Well, that's why I sent you, right? So that we can apply something. So, throughout the course of our hour together, if you hear something that resonates, first off, jot it down, right? Because we don't remember nothing anymore. Jot it down. So that you can come back to it and figure out, what can I do with this? Why does it apply to me? What's happening? How can I learn from this? And so I'll do that. I actually have, I don't know if I have it with me actually, to show you. I have the world's most beat up notebook that doesn't really leave my side. And if you looked at it, like, it's the drawings of a madman. There's stuff scratched out. There's notes all over the place. Because I ran the thoughts and I throw it down. Because if I don't throw it down, what happens? It's gone. Where it goes, I don't know. But if it's gone, that means I don't have the chance to execute it. I don't have the chance to learn from it. Okay? And that's what's so critical about any learning opportunity that we have. And from a leadership perspective, it's kind of hard for us to hold our people accountable to learning and developing if we don't exhibit some of the same behaviors ourselves. So, we're going to talk about a couple of different things up here today. We're going to talk about the concept of you can't get to the top by yourself. No one has ever, in the history of mankind, climbed Mount Everest by themselves. We're going to talk about how you lead yourself well. It's going to be extremely important. It's where we start. We're going to look at handling the defining moments, and we all have them. We have moments that define who we are as a leader. We're going to look at getting in the zone. How do we really be productive as leaders? How to make our people the most productive. We're going to talk about the concept of getting real. I'm not going to give away that. The nonstop learning and why people quit people. They don't quit companies, ever. They quit people, which means if we're leaders, they are quitting whom? Us. Say it. Us. Thank you. Do not, HR did not tell me to say this, do not blame HR for the bad hires, because probably you were involved in the hiring process, maybe. I'm sure they didn't just hand you someone. They weren't necessarily responsible solely for that person's performance and training and everything else. We, as leaders, have to own some of that, right? We can make or break our people. And so we'll talk about this concept a little bit more about why people quit, what causes that to happen. And then we're going to wrap up with what our leadership legacy is going to be. Now, how many of you have ever thought about leaving a legacy? A couple of you. Okay, good. Most of us don't. We didn't leave a legacy. I'm a nobody. We all leave a legacy. And I don't know that that ever really occurred to me until you heard Brandon say that I started my career at UPS. So I hired a lot of people back in the day. And I can remember this one kid. He was a high school senior. And he wanted to come work on the evening shift after work. And I hired him. And he was a farm boy, so he had the muscles and the whole bit. And when he became 21, he was old enough and was wanted to become a driver for UPS. And he did. And I had already left the company at that time. But I see him out at the mall. And he's like, hey, Mr. Head, Mr. Head. And it took me a while. I was like, oh my gosh, Bruce, how are you doing? And he says, I want to thank you. Now, this is about 10 years later. He says, I want to thank you. He says, I have a job that I love. I'm able to support my family on this job. And I am happier than some of my friends who went to college and earned degrees and have all this debt. I'm so lucky that I have a job that pays me well and I'm willing to work hard. And that, like, I got chills on myself. When he said that to me, I was like, all I did was give a kid a chance, right? But somehow I impacted him. That's a legacy. I didn't think about it as a legacy at the time. And I'm not saying it to brag. I'm saying it to say, you all have done very similar things. And you have touched lives that you don't know that you have touched, no matter what age you are. So don't sell yourself short thinking that this term legacy is something big and abstract and not for you. It is for you, and we'll see why. So let's take a look at this picture. These guys climbing. Anyone in here ever gone to Mount Everest, by the way? Okay, I've yet to ask that question, have someone raise their hand, okay? Can you climb Mount Everest by yourself? Why not? Help. There's some insight. What help do we need?
From others, I mean, you can't get
specific.
Get to the top alone. I mean, you need someone there with you to assist you in any sense.
Okay, any sense. So someone said it?
Guidance.
Guidance, right? I need Sherpas that know the trails, that know the way up the mountain, right? Because the trails to the top of Everest are littered with dead bodies. Literally. Okay, people that don't make it and they can't get them back down, so they're just there. I know it's a macabre thought, but this is serious stuff, right? You're going to climb Mount Everest. You just don't like go to Dick's and say, you know what, I'm going to get me a wool jacket, a pair of boots, I'm good to go. Okay, it doesn't work that way. You need the guides. You need the animals that are going to help carry the equipment, because you need lots and lots of equipment to withstand the altitude change and the weather and all of this stuff, right? Just to get to the top. Do you hike it in a day? No. Weeks to get up and down. It's the same thing in business. We can't do anything big without other people. I have a person that I know who literally 5 years ago had $1 billion idea. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, she told me about this and I thought, this is big. She's a brilliant woman. The idea off the charts, brilliant. Tech related. What's something you have to be able to do if you're going to implement in the tech space? Where's my IT function? Okay, got to know how technology works, but what about technology makes it tricky? Deployment?
It's always changing.
Always changing, which means you better move fast. 5 years later, this lady has her technology and she has 0 customers for it. Is it making it? No. Gone. Boat sail. I've seen other products out there doing essentially 90% of what her product could do. And her biggest fault is not the idea. It's that she felt she could do it by herself and she needed to be the smartest person in the room. She has churned through no less than 14 people on her team. And it's always, oh, well, they don't believe in the vision. They don't this, they don't. It's always they. There's never a look inward that I'm not the leader I need to be. I need to bring people in who are smarter than me and get out of the way. She is failing. She is near bankruptcy because she has put what life savings she had into this. And I think about 5 years of no income, living off your savings, and oh, by the way, she's 74. It's a problem, right? So when we think about doing the big things, and maybe your big things aren't as big as climbing Mount Everest or launching some tech, maybe it's just putting a new process in place. Whatever that might be, we've got to get the input of the people who are smarter than us in that area. It's absolutely critical, okay? So, here's some of the challenges we have with this, right? Because some people think, well, yeah, I got to the top, I'm up there, I did it all by myself, Ed. Okay, well, let's put that argument aside because I don't buy that for 1 minute, okay? But they'll say, it's lonely at the top. How many of you have ever heard that statement? It's so lonely at the top. That's probably because they stepped on a lot of people along the way. So no one's up there with them celebrating. And when you look at the bullets that I had there, we have to avoid these things in order to not be lonely at the top. Because frankly, it's no fun to go somewhere by yourself. Anyone ever traveled by themselves? Oh man, a bunch of you. Okay, this is cool. So, back, gentleman in the blue shirt here. Where did you go?
I went to France by myself.
France, by yourself. Okay? And why did you do that?
I have friends, so it's not like...
Oh, you have friends in France?
No. I didn't want people to think I have no friends.
Oh. You have no friends. Okay. We're not judging.
Because I was going to go work, and I wanted to be alone.
Okay.
Before I go to work.
Ah, okay. So a little bit of self-discovery. I'll let you off the hook. Who else went by themselves? You said you went by yourself. Where'd you go?
Mexico.
Why?
Just wanted to have a good time. My friends
By yourself?
My friends weren't ready, so I had
They weren't ready, so you went. Did you have a good time?
I did. I met a lot of people.
Met a lot of people? Yeah. Interesting. So you didn't have a good time by yourself. You had a good time with other people.
No, I enjoyed myself alone, but I went and met.
But you met other people?
Talked to people.
Exactly, right? Did you talk to anyone in France?
Did I talk?
Yeah.
To myself.
Do y'all have a psychology week on what you do? Because my man needs some help talking to himself. So, here's the thing, right? We are social creatures. And we do we need time by ourselves? Yes. I am an introvert by nature. Anyone identify as an introvert? Okay. Introverts by nature are not the people standing in the corner. By the way, I can hold my own in a conversation or at a party. Introverts are where we get our energy. So I mentioned I had a 4-hour session this morning. I got an hour with you guys. Guess what happens to me at about 3 o'clock this afternoon? I will crash, right? I will need me time for sure to re-energize, okay? So going somewhere alone, if it's energizing you to get ready, great, go for it. But think about some of the biggest things you've done in your life. Did you do them by yourself? Most people say no, because it's more fun to go with other people. It's more fun to get stuff done with other people, okay? So one of the things we have to do, and what I mean by this first bullet point of avoiding positional thinking, is I have manager after my name, director after my name, grand poobah after my name, and therefore, I know all, I see all, I'm good at all. How bad is that, right? Do we know people like that? Not in this room, of course, but do we know, have we worked for people like this? The knowing looks. I love how real estate look outside their eye. You might ask this question, right? Yes, it's problematic. That's positional thinking. If you think that people will follow you because you have a title, you're mistaken. And all you have to do is say to yourself, when's the last time I got a new manager? How long were you willing to give them to prove to you that they cared about you? How long would you give a new manager to show they care about you? A month. How long would you give? 2 months, a little better. Month. Anyone going 6 months? Nobody going 6 months, right? So essentially what we're saying is, you have 1 month or 2, if we're being generous, to show that you care, prove that you can do something for me, and if in that time, and until then, I will follow you because you do have manager in your title. That's it. There is no real followership. There's no buy-in. It's pure position, and that's it. Show me a leader that relies on position only, and I'll show you an effective leader. Because they're not creating the buy-in. No matter what your role is, you're in the people business. Soon as you put that supervisor stripe on your arm, you are now in the people business. If you're sitting there going, man, I hate people, you're in the wrong job. Seriously, you are. You have to have some level of caring about people to be a good leader. If you don't care about people, you're not going to succeed in anything. You're not. It's impossible. And I've yet to have someone take me up on this bet. I would dare you to show me a good leader who didn't care about people. Because I'm not sure there's one out there. Now, there are plenty of leaders who don't care about people. They are bad leaders, right? Show me a good leader who doesn't care about people. That's the challenge, right? So if, we are in the people business, when we sign up to take on supervisor, manager, director, whatever the heck our title is, we are signing up to get into the people business. To know, like, and trust other people. That's what we're really signing up to do, okay? And so what that means is that we have to recognize that people are a significant asset to us. Now, for a while there, we like to put up on the walls, people are our most important asset. I'm not going to argue whether they're the most important or not, but they are a significant asset. And I know they're one of the most expensive assets if we're talking in terms of dollars and cents, okay? We have to manage that asset just like we would manage any other asset. A building, a vehicle, whatever it happens to be. We have to manage our people assets. And so, recognizing that our people are significant is huge. Because if we're going to climb Mount Everest and get to the top, that Sherpa is just as important as the dog sled person who's pushing the dogs or whatever, who's just as important as the EMTs, who's just as important as the cooks, right? Everyone has a role to play, and when one breaks down, the whole thing breaks down. We've got that in business, right? If your team doesn't operate, you're only as good as the weakest link. And so we have to recognize how important and significant it is that we develop our people. So here's the challenge though. The toughest person that you will ever lead is yourself. And I want you to think about this for a minute. When's the last time, get in your minds right now, the last time someone let you down? In a business sense, forget personal. Last time someone let you down at work. How did that make you feel?
Discouraged.
You were discouraged, okay?
Questioned leadership.
You were questioning. How'd you feel?
Like crap.
You felt like crap because they let you down. Why'd you feel like crap?
They let me down.
But why is that on you?
Because you train them to be.
So maybe they didn't follow through in your training. Okay. So you feel ineffective. Okay. How'd you feel? Surprised they let you down. So someone you trusted. Okay? These things happen. People let us down all the time. And when they let us down, what typically comes out of their mouths? Or, an apology, or an excuse, thank you. Excuse, dog ate my homework. That's what comes out of their mouths. We can choose to accept it, not accept it, but that's usually what happens, right? Now, think about the last time you let somebody down. Get that in your mind, because we all do it. What came out of your mouth when you let someone down? Or no, let me back that up. What went on in your head when you let that person down?
Guilt.
So you felt guilty. Okay. Disappointed in yourself. So if you're so guilty and you're so disappointed, why did you let them down? How so? Oh, you don't know. So you want to offer the thing, but you don't have a solution. I see how you work. Someone else said something.
It said we're humans.
We're humans. We do make mistakes. Okay? Here's what happens a lot of time. And I won't ask you to comment on this. Just do your soul searching. How often when you've let someone down, have you said to yourself, it wasn't really a big deal anyway. They wanted the report on Friday. I got it to them by Monday. No harm done. Not a big deal. I said I'd attend the meeting, but I had a more important meeting. Not a big deal. What's the theme there? We let ourselves off the hook, or we hold ourselves to a different standard than we hold our people to. We don't let them off the hook, but we let ourselves off the hook. Our people see through that. If they can't rely on our commitment to them, then we've got a problem. Because we're relying on their commitments to us. And a lot of leaders fall into that trap. I'm a leader. I can choose. Something else came up. Okay. I'm the leader, something else came up, move it along. Well, then what do we have to do? Communicate. Hey, this is happening, what's going on, let's chat about this, how can we make sure we still win in this situation? What we can't do is fail to lead ourselves well in that situation. We can't allow the dog to eat our homework and just say that's okay. And leaders that do that will lose their team faster than almost any other leader. And you've seen them and worked for them. So you know. So what do we have to do? Self-discipline, number one. Most important thing we have to work on as leaders is our self-discipline. Do we hold and do the things, do we model the behaviors that we expect out of our people? Right? Do you expect your people to show up at 8 o'clock and be ready to go on time? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Then do you do that? Right? Do you expect your people to be, neat, clean, and presentable every day at work? Okay, great. Do you do that? Right? All the little things matter. Our people are watching us. I can remember in my time at UPS, it was not uncommon. It's a system of conveyor belts, right? And it was not uncommon for a supervisor to get on a moving conveyor belt simply because it was the quickest way to get from point A to point B and shout instructions out. Is walking on a moving conveyor belt safe? Now, our conveyor belts were not moving fast, but it's not safe. Did we have regulations in place that said, thou shalt not get on a moving conveyor belt? Yes, we did. And what happened if an hourly person got on a moving conveyor belt? Not usually fired, but they got disciplined for sure. What's wrong with this picture, right? It took a new divisional manager coming in, seeing a supervisor on a moving conveyor belt, and going, you, out, you're done and fired. That's what it took for people to go, ooh, guess we got them regs for a reason, right? Because we weren't modeling behaviors. And so we could say, oh, safety's our number one priority, but was it? Behavior said something different. So as leaders, we have to look at our own behavior and say, am I modeling the behaviors that I want my people to model? Am I behaving in a way that I want my people to behave in? And take a look at the third thing up there. To be a leader, you still got to learn some followership. What do I mean by that? How can I be a leader and a follower? Put yourself in their shoes, okay? Remaining teachable. Just because I have the title doesn't mean I know everything. If I surround myself with people smarter than me, that means there are some people I need to rely on, right? So, I had it still cracks me up to this day. I was given a talk much like this, and it was on succession planning. Gentleman comes up to me afterward and says, Ed, I need some help with succession planning. Can you help my business? I can. Let's talk. So we set up a Zoom, and we're having this discussion. He likes everything I had to say, and then he says, well, he starts telling me about his business. He says, my business is plumbing supply. Okay, great. So you're moving widgets around. You're selling widgets and stocking them in a warehouse. Got it. He asks me, do you have any experience in my industry? Well, I mean, I know warehousing and distribution, No. The plumbing supply industry. Do you have any experience in that? He said, no. And I don't think we can work together, he says. I said, why is that? He says, you have to understand my industry. Does it matter what you're stocking? Is it plumbing supplies? Is it notebooks and pens? Is it tables and chairs? You are taking a widget off a shelf, selling it to somebody, and putting it on a truck to deliver it to them. That's your business. He was stuck thinking he was a unicorn. I did not work with him, right? Because there's no working with a unicorn. Is there any problem that you have faced that someone in the history of business has never faced before? Probably not for most of us, honestly. So then we've got to figure out, who can I go to? And maybe it's one of my people who's been with the company longer, who I can talk to figure this thing out. That is followership, okay? And it requires patience. So here's the thing. Give me an example of what might be a, quote, critical moment for you in which you would have to make a tough decision. Go for it.
Letting go of a high performer.
Oh, letting go of a high performer. Why in the world would we do that?
Once again, if they're not following the same policies and rules and things that we implement, even though they're bringing results, if others see that, they're going to either think they can do the same, the same negative things and have this, even though they're not a high earner, or they'll earn more, and then it just creates a culture where people just think that if they're performing well in one area, they don't have to be well-rounded and do everything that's expected.
Yeah.
That's an excellent example. Did everyone hear that, or should I paraphrase? We good? What's interesting about that comment is that the group that I just came from, someone came up to me and said, "Hey Ed, we've got an amazing performer, but like he's running through people and people leave his department, but he's a high performer and we love him and he gets results." I'm like, wait a minute. He's not a great performer. His job is to lead people, and you just told me he's running people out of his department. That is a problem. Oh, but we love him. Why? He's upsetting your workforce. That does not make any sense to me. That's not what leaders do, right? Oh, but he gets results. Yeah, by trampling over people. When his critical decisions come, hey, you go do this, this is how you're going to do it, get it done, and tell me it's done. That is literally his management style. I don't respond to that. I will shut down, right? I think most of us would. Would you consider someone like that to be a good leader? I don't think so. Have we seen people like that? Critical moments are not necessarily life and death moments. But we're all faced with those, and I love the example. We've got someone who's a high performer, great salesperson, whatever it happens to be, but they're behaving badly. What do we do with that? That's a critical decision, and everybody's watching you. How many of you have ever fired somebody, and as soon as you fired them, numerous people came up to you and said, "Finally"? How many of you have ever experienced that? Show of hands. Yes. People see it. Well, I know HR. Like, what took you so long? What's the matter? I would have fired him sooner if it wasn't for HR. So we have these. Those are critical decisions. Absolutely critical decisions. And to look at someone who on paper is performing, but we know by looking at the it factor they don't have it, that's tough. That's a critical decision. Looking to expand into a new market, critical decision. What are we going to do? How are we going to train a staff in a new market? Who are we sending there to train that staff? What's going on? These are all decisions that we've all made, and they're critical. Just hiring someone onto your team, promoting someone on your team, giving someone on your team a new set of duties. They are all critical decisions because they're going to have the butterfly effect throughout the organization. And so how we do that really informs who we are as a leader. Are we consistent in those critical decisions so that our people look and say, wow, we don't have to make them right all the time. We are human. We are going to make mistakes. But if our people get behind us, that's what's important. And that's what part of our legacy is about, is how do we react in those critical situations when things go awry? How do we fix it and move on? Because we're all going to be faced with criticism. And I love Aristotle's saying here. People say, Ed, how can I avoid being critiqued? Well, number one, do not go into a leadership position. Because people are going to critique you. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to give me feedback. How many are in here? 50 of you? 60, 70 of you? Something like that. There's probably one of you I'm not identifying with right now. And maybe you're going to slam me. Okay, hopefully you give me some good feedback, right? And I'm hoping that the vast majority of you are like, oh yeah, the dude was good, we liked something good to say. But what am I going to do when I see all those results? I'm going to focus on the one because that's who I am. It's a problem, right? We have to give critics the time they deserve, which is very little. Say none, but very little. And another piece of wisdom that I've heard, and I've really pulled it into my leadership teaching, is never take criticism from somebody you also wouldn't go to for advice. Why is that so powerful?
You obviously don't trust them.
Okay, so there's a lack of trust perhaps, okay?
don't value their opinions, you'll not care what they say.
Okay, so if you don't value the opinion, now I don't care what you say. So I've asked you for it, but I don't value it, so I ignore it anyway. Why did I ask? If you don't trust someone enough to give you the constructive feedback and the positive feedback, then you can't possibly trust them enough to give you the critical feedback that you need and have them care enough about you to have that be constructive, okay? And when you're in that leadership role, there are critics everywhere. And the higher up you get, the more critics there are. They don't go away, it just gets to be more of them, all right? And so, if you don't want to be critiqued, do what Aristotle says. Don't say anything, don't do anything, just do nothing. And honestly, is someone going to critique you for doing nothing and saying nothing? Yep, they're going to critique you for that too. So, you may as well dream big. Okay? So, here's the thing. We are only as good as who we are right now. Right? So when we look at ourselves and we look at where we're at on our journey, we have to ask ourselves, am I open to improving? Or am I just coasting? I was working with a company earlier this year. We were doing some management training. And within the management team then, we had some one-on-one coaching in between the big training sessions. One of the gentlemen is a year away from retirement. What do you think his attitude is like? He is coasting. Borderline bad attitude. Borderline, he needs to go now kind of thing. When I would have my one-on-one sessions with him, I'm telling you, I would dread them. That half hour seemed to draw out for 2. Because he had an excuse for everything. And I'm thinking, how did you get to where you're at in your career if you have an excuse for everything? And I flat out asked him, I said, well, you got a year left. Why don't you work on some things? He goes, nah. My age, I'm not doing nothing. And then he wonders why no one stays in his department and why he loses talent. And so I asked him that. And he says, well, I train them and they leave. So now I just don't train. Oh, there's a novel idea. Okay? It's problematic. So I realized a couple of years ago, that's probably before the pandemic, I was feeling kind of hypocritical. I give these kind of talks, I do training for clients, and I sat there one day in my office going, when's the last time I did something for me, like to improve my skill set? And I realized it had been a couple of years. Like, that's not cool. And so I gotta do something about this. And so, I decided what I wanted to do, the whole bit, and now I make it a point to do something every year. And I have to do it myself because being self-employed, no one's telling me to come to meetings like this. No one's, telling me to go to a conference or something. But I have to do it because it's the only way I continue to be effective at things like this. I'm very fortunate. People have always said that I'm a pretty good public speaker. But yet a couple years ago, I saw a speaking coach. Why would I want to do that? Why would I spend the money to do that? Enhance my skills, okay? Why else? Yeah.
Because you don't know everything.
Don't know everything? There's people that are a lot better public speakers than I am. One of the things that I realized I didn't do a good job of was storytelling. This guy was a master storyteller. So he worked with me on storytelling throughout the course of a talk. And I've seen my talks be more powerful because of it, right? So just because someone says you're good at something doesn't mean we don't keep working on it. I'm a big believer that you continue to work on your strengths harder than you will work on your weaknesses. Because sometimes your strengths can outweigh your weaknesses. And what else can you do about your weaknesses as a leader? If you're not going to put a lot of time into working on them, what can you do?
Delegate.
Thank you. You can delegate them to someone for whom those skills are strengths. And that's the power of surrounding yourself with people smarter than you, is to find the gaps in your skill set. Okay, I'm not good at, finance, so I'm going to find the best finance person I can. Oh, marry up next to them. I'm not good at marketing, great, I'm gonna find the next good marketing person, marry up next to them, right? That's what good leaders do, and they leverage their strengths. Now, it doesn't mean I don't want to learn the basics of a balance sheet, doesn't mean I don't want to learn like the concept of marketing and how I appeal to a diverse group of consumers and whatever, but I don't have to become an expert. I can leverage someone else. And so good people, that's being open to improvement, is learning from others, even when they're so-called below us on the food chain, okay? So, we've all heard this statement before. How many of you actually buy this statement? One hand, two hands. So the rest of you, come on, seriously, how many of you? It's okay, I know you had chocolate cake and apple pie and all that stuff back there. And you're not too tired to raise your hand. So only a couple of you buy into this. So the rest of y'all are cynical, right? Like, oh man, I'm miserable every day at work and this, I'm not having fun. Here's the thing. Work is a 4-letter word, is it not? 4-letter word. So, this whole idea of loving what you do is not necessarily about the exact work itself. Like there are things, I don't like my boss some days. I'm self-employed. I don't. Because I force myself to do things I don't want to do. I gotta do it, right? Not necessarily a good day at work when I have to do that. But what I love about what I do is the ability to connect with people like you. I love it. And I get disappointed if I don't make the connection. So what for me this means is, what about your personal mission in life gets fulfilled from the work that you do? Why did you choose to go into helping others? Why did you choose to go into finance? Why did you choose to go into HR? Whatever it happens to be, whatever your role is, why did you choose it? Because you do choose it. Every day you get up, you go to work and you do it. So you're making a choice every single day. Why? We have to know that. If we don't know our personal why, it's hard to lead others. Because how are they going to know their why if we don't know our why? And so for me, that's what this really means. If we know our why and we can pursue our why, that leads to some enjoyment. Now, do you have to work with some people and clients perhaps that you don't like? It's okay to be honest, yes. We work with people that maybe we don't connect with, or a client we prefer not to deal with, or whatever. It happens, okay? How do we mitigate those things? How do we help our staff to get through those things? Yes?
Sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture.
Looking at the bigger picture? How so?
Because we're gonna help, so, it might not be easy, but this is like their day-to-day. Like,
Okay.
we're not living this like, you know, especially with dealing with, participants who have IDD.
Okay.
We have to be, we're not living their day-to-day, so sometimes
Mhm.
they're not getting the care or the responses that they want, they're upset. or
Sure.
They're more difficult than others.
Yeah.
You have to look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, so can we stay focused on that big picture? I love it. That sums up my thoughts. Because everyone's going through something we don't know about, right? We're going through stuff people don't know about. None of us are living a perfect life in here. As good as our life might be, none of us is perfect. We're living a perfect life. We all got stuff, right? And so staying focused on that bigger picture and our goals and our mission and what drives us can help us to learn to love what we do. Because I'll be honest, like, you know, being the introvert, I kind of, like, I broke a big rule of mine this week. So I was off, I had a long weekend, a buddy and I went on a golf trip. Got home like 9 o'clock Monday night. Yesterday, first thing in the morning, I had a 2-hour session, not unlike this. Then back to the home office for a 1-hour webinar, followed by a 1-hour Zoom client meeting. Not good for my introvert. And then today, 8 a.m. to noon, somewhere else, hour here, back to an hour meeting. Now, that may sound like an average every day, like if you're going, yeah, what's the big deal then, okay? For me to be effective, that's not good. Like, I will crash this afternoon. And what that means is when we're looking at this loving what you do, I wouldn't do that to myself if I didn't love this. I could have said no to Brandon. I mean, when he called me, I said, look, I can do the afternoon because I got this thing 8 to noon today. But I love doing this. So even though I know it's taking energy away from my introvert, I never pass up something because I enjoy it. So we've got to find that balance, right? And say, where is the joy in what I do? Where do I find the happiness and the impact that I'm having, and how can I stay in that zone? Because good leaders will stay in that zone as long as they can. You're not in it all the time, for sure. But the longer you can stay in it, you start to get to this, having more good days than bad. So, Jack Welch said this, and what's really important is the last phrase there. So we don't always have to be energetic leaders. But we have to be a good leader, we have to energize others. That's our calling. Does that mean you have to be a cheerleader? No. What does it mean? Give them the tools, absolutely. Tools and equipment, which includes the knowledge and skills. That's part of the tools and equipment. What else do we have to give them?
Empower them.
We got to empower them. Give them the responsibility. Tell them the rules of the game. We get it. We're adults. We know there are rules. Just tell me what the rules are so I can play by it.
Show appreciation.
Show appreciation. When I do a job well done, do I get a thank you? It doesn't have to be some big celebration, but is there some level of appreciation for what I've done? Yes, and that should be sincere, right? Absolutely.
Support and response.
Support and response when things aren't going well, because not everything's going to go well. No matter how well we've trained, no matter what the tools they have, stuff is going to happen. So are we there for them, or do we let them out to dry? Maybe even blame them for why it's not going well. That's a problem. How else do we energize people? Trust. Trust them. Close cousin of empowerment. Trust that they have our best interests at heart, just like we have their best interests at heart, that they're bought into the mission of the organization and they're going to make decisions that will benefit the organization and its customers. And if they don't, then we've got a whole different discussion to have, right? So, when you think about energizing others, I will hear from people that this is the hardest thing they face as a leader, is trying to, quote, motivate others. I'm a believer it's not that hard to motivate people. And the reason that I believe that is that cheesecake? What is that? Banana cream pie. Okay. Do you like banana cream pie? Do. Okay, but you haven't eaten any of that.
No.
But you're going to eat it.
Once I have to eat it.
Oh, you don't have a fork. Okay. She does not have the tools and equipment she needs. Can someone get her a fork? Preferably one that has not been used.
Or spoon is right way.
So, this is cool though. How often do we give someone something to encourage them, but don't follow through to be sure it's working? How bad has it been for you to sit there for 45 minutes looking at that piece of cake?
I've been thinking about it.
Have you stuck your finger in it at all?
I have not.
You have not. God, more discipline than I have. We do this to people. We dangle something out there and then don't follow through to make sure it's working. That can de-energize folks. And that comes back to that self-accountability thing that I mentioned earlier as leaders. And like, I've got to follow up. I give her this nice piece of cake, she got no fork. That could be worse than not even giving her the cake, quite honestly. And so, when we think about this, what I ask you to think about is, how are you energizing your team? Are you intentionally energizing your team? And again, that does not mean you're going, hey, yeah, woohoo! Okay? Maybe, if that's your personality. But I'm not asking you to do something that's not in your personality, because that would be insincere. And it won't work. The best thing you can do is what?
Like, have the energy yourself because you
Okay.
feed off of that.
Have energy, gotta be energetic yourself, right? Gotta wanna, like, you gotta be fired up, because if you're not, your people aren't gonna be fired up. Absolutely. What else? If you don't know what energizes them, what should you do? Ask them. How often do we not just ask people? I hear it all the time. People ask me all the time, Ed, how do I know what motivates my people? Have you asked them? And they look at me and go, no. Like, what? Like, this is the easiest problem to solve. Ask them. Now, we can't always deliver on it, right? I can deliver on a piece of pie and a fork. If she says, you know what motivates me, Ed? If I hit my goals, I would like an all-expenses paid cruise. Okay, maybe I can deliver on that, but probably not. Depends, right? I got a checkbook out. She hit her goals. I mean, you see that in some sales cultures, right? They send people on vacation a lot. But you see what I'm saying? Like, can we deliver on the things that will energize our people? Maybe, if she hit her goals in such, I'm working for you, sister. So, if she hit her goals in such a way that made the company more than enough money to put her on a cruise, It cost me $2,000 to put her on a cruise, and she made 20 grand for us. I'm still pocketing lots of money, right? You know. But I need you to think about it in those terms. What does it really take to energize a team? Can y'all see my lapel pin? What is it?
Starfish.
Starfish. Do you guys know the story of the starfish?
No.
Some of you said yes. Okay, I will share it, and if you're going to groan because it's overused, that's okay. There's a moral of the story. Okay, so little boy's walking down the beach. He's throwing starfish back into the water. Why is he doing that? Well, they belong in the water, but what happens if they stay on the beach? They die, right? And there's hundreds of these things. And this miserable old guy, he comes walking along. Son, what are you doing? He says, well, I'm throwing the starfish back in the water. Well, why are you doing that? I said, I want them to die. He says, son, you can't make a difference. There's hundreds of them here. And the boy picks up another one, throws it in, he goes, I just made a difference for that one. Right? I wear this sometimes. Like, I've got some cool lapel pins, but to remind me to make a difference in whatever that means today. Now, the reason I have this is when I was in-house, I bought these for my team. And we have been through a particularly tough situation with the organization. And these things cost like $5 a piece, right? But I gave it out to the team with a little card that had that story on it. And I said, team, look, we've been through the ringer. It's been tough. I want you to know you are making a difference. And let's just stay the course. It will get better. I had a couple people with tears in their eyes because of a $5 pin. Was it really about the pin? What was it about?
Feeling appreciated.
Feeling appreciated, right? Just recognizing that, hey, it's been tough going right now. And people are looking at us and not liking us coming in, this is not a good thing. It doesn't take a lot of money, it takes sincerity to energize our team. We have to be in that space as often as we can to keep our team energized, especially when the going gets a little tougher. So let's get real here. So I love REAL as an acronym, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But so many people, I share with you the story of that entrepreneur, the tech entrepreneur, right, who is failing. She won't get real. She is so focused on her vision that she is ignoring reality, which is her business is failing, and it's failing because of her choices. She will not face that reality. And there's nothing any of us can do about it. When we stick our heads in the sand, that's a problem. When I think about getting real, I think about these 4 things. Our relationships. Do we have the relationships in place that we need to be successful as leaders? That means the relationships with our people, but also with one another. E, do we equip our people to do the job they need to do? Do they have the tools, the equipment, the knowledge, the skills to do the job and do it well? And are they energized? A comes back to us. What's our attitude like when going gets tough? What do our people see from us with our attitude? And I get it's not all sunshine and roses every day. Someday we get out of bed and it's just a bad day, right? We're entitled to that. What we're not entitled to do is take that bad day out on our people. And in some ways, our people shouldn't even see that we're having a bad day, quite honestly. Okay? And then the L is for leadership. What are we doing to make ourselves better leaders for our people? Not for us, for our people. If we can focus on those 4 things and develop those 4 things, we will keep it real and it will be hard not to face reality at that point. Because the introspection will force us to get better. And so this whole idea of a reality check can come into play with asking for honesty from others, including those that you lead. Ask them. This takes some serious guts, gang. Ask those that you lead whether you are leading them well enough. How many of you would feel comfortable doing that? A couple, okay? The rest of you, it's okay. That's a tough one. And there are probably people that you would not ask that of because you know they're going to tell you something you don't want to hear. Do we need to hear it? Yes. If we are not fulfilling the needs of our people as leaders, we owe it to ourselves to see if we can figure that out and get them on board. If we cannot, maybe they would be better served being led by someone else. Or maybe in worst case scenario, we're the problem. And if we can't fix it, should we be in the role that we're in? We have to ask ourselves that, okay? And so that idea of fresh eyes to check us out is important. Asking people for some feedback on you and whether you're doing the things you need to do to keep them focused. Do your people know your faults? Come on, absolutely, they do. They know everything that's wrong with you. So if you think you're hiding all your faults from your team, you're not. They will be more than happy, I'm sure, to tell you everything that's wrong with you, okay? Now, we said earlier, constructive criticism, all that good stuff, okay? But if you think that you're somehow perfect and you've shielded all your faults from your team, I'll go back to the last slide, come on back to reality, okay? Because they see it. So don't think that you're opening a can of worms that they don't already know exists. So here's the thing. Good leaders never stop learning. And you've probably heard that whole idea of lifelong learning before, right? But good leaders look for ways to learn. Learn how to be a better leader. Learn from each other about like the nuts and bolts of their job. How about learning about what motivates your team? How can I better lead them and better motivate them? There's an excellent book out there, it's been around 20 years, called Hug Your People. Now, HR, don't cringe, we're not talking about physical hugs. It's written, owns a chain of high-end clothing stores, and so he has very wealthy clientele that comes in. And so the level of service that is expected is pretty high, so he has very high standards for his team. And there's nothing in his book that is rocket science. It is so common sense. I'm like, how did he even get the book printed? Because he talks about the fact that he knows his entire team, and he's got several stores that he's got to manage and get through and know people. But like, what's your name? I'm sorry. What's your name? Yeah. Tatiana. Okay, it couldn't be an easy one. Tatiana. All right, got it. I always do that. I pick someone who likes, Tatiana. Okay, so he knows that Tatiana likes daisies. So what shows up on her desk on her birthday? Daisies. What's your name? Allison. He knows that Allison is a soccer mom, and that every weekend she's running her kids to soccer games. What shows up on her desk? A gas car. There you go. Right? It's not rocket science. He tailors how he motivates his people to the things that matter to them. Oh my goodness, what a novel idea, right? I just finished up service on a nonprofit board, and I know many of the folks there on a personal level. Our kids went to school together and things, so they know me very, very well. So my parting board gift was not just some generic, here's a mug with our logo on it. They had a whiskey glass done for me with the, not the logo, but one of our sayings, which is very motivational. They know I like a nice glass of whiskey. What a cool way to give me something that tailored to me, that helps me to appreciate the work that I did for them and their appreciation of that work. It was tailored to me, right? It's not hard to do, right? What does a bunch of daisies cost? I don't know, $10, $12? What's a $10, $12 gas card cost? There's some hard math. What does it cost, Brandon? Okay, thank you. He was looking at me like, is this a trick question? $10 or $12. You know, we're not talking about high-end stuff. In fact, I would tell you that sometimes the more expensive the stuff, the less impact it has, right? And we've all been part of the rollouts where, hey, here, everyone gets the logo with the company thing on, or the mug with the company logo on it, right? Okay, great, some pride there, but do you need another mug? I don't know, right? So how we do this, how we make our constant learning a priority, how we constantly have to adapt to what our people need is critical to how we become better leaders. So I would ask you to really think today about, hey, what is it that I need to do? What is one thing that you heard today that you can take back and start working on for you? I'm hoping you heard a couple of things, but what is one? Because if you walk out of here and you don't do anything different, what will happen? You're going to get the same results you're getting now. And if you're happy with those results, good for you. But I'd be willing to bet you've got bigger business challenges coming in 2026, right? Which means we can't stay stagnant. So, invest in yourself first. Be that continual learner. Okay? It's kind of hard to invest into others if you don't invest in yourself first. And then create the growth environment for your people. Figure out what they need and then put them in a situation where they can go get it. Whether it's in new task development, a new project, going off to a seminar, whatever it is that they need, ask them what they need in terms of their development. Have that discussion with them. So I want to wrap up with the negative thing, which is people quit people, okay, and not companies. Why do they do that? These 4 things right here. You want your team to quit on you, just act like this. Devalue them as a person. Or as an employee. And that does not mean you're insulting them. And to devalue a person is to not give them the tools and equipment they need, to not give them the incentives, to not pump them up and keep them energized. All of those things lead to valuing people. If you are untrustworthy, you can't be a leader. If you do not stand by your word, your people will see through it, and you will never, ever get them back. I think that goes without saying. And I've worked with people who are untrustworthy. I have seen people massaging numbers on production reports. I've seen people pushing out products that are less than what we would want pushed out. And I can tell you, I didn't want to be associated with those kinds of people. People will quit on you when you start doing those things. And they come back to integrity, right? Now, the incompetence thing. I hope you don't have anyone who's totally incompetent. And it's impossible to be incompetent if we're working on our skill set. So as long as you're working on your skill set, you're not going to be incompetent. But if you are insecure, that's a personal thing. It's okay. We all have the little gremlin sometimes that tells us, you're not as good as you think you are. Okay? We got to get past that. But if you are so insecure that you don't make decisions, then again, I would ask you to seriously consider whether you should be in a leadership role. Because your people are going to see that. Now, it's okay to be unsure and to look at your people and say, hey, I'm not quite sure about this scenario. Let's talk about this. That's okay. The insecureness comes out when I see someone who won't make decisions. That is an insecure leader to me. And if you've worked with or for someone like that, you know how frustrating that can be. And usually, you probably don't last very long with that person. So there has to be some level of confidence, either that you can handle the situation or you're going to figure out how to handle the situation. That's what people want to see, right? I mean, think about public figures. I don't know why anyone runs for public office, because it's a mess, right? But, people will say no matter what talking head gets on the TV, they get blasted. Wait a minute, people are starving and you're saying how great things are. Well, Okay, there's a certain extent of, hey, let's focus on a vision here. Not deny reality, but how do we do this, right? How do we get through a situation? That's part of leadership, right? Being secure enough to say, I know things aren't the way we want them to be, but we're going to get through this and this is how. That's not ignoring reality. That's keeping people focused on the solution to get to the vision. So, how do you be a leader worth following? We do these things. It's kind of a summary of everything we talked about today. We talked about taking responsibility for relationships and building them with your team. Truly getting your team to the point where people get along. They don't have to like each other, but they get along and they work together. My daughter is a pretty good athlete. She plays a lot of softball. She has been on teams where she would tell you the other 12 girls on the team she would never hang out with them. But when they get on the field together, they're a team and they work together towards a goal, which is to win the game, win a tournament. And she's like, some of them that I didn't even like as people. They don't have the moral compass I have, they don't have this, they don't have that, but I respect them as a ball player, we're a team, we play ball. It's okay. We've got a goal and we're all focused on the goal. We don't have to like each other. It's one of the biggest fallacies of teamwork. We just all have to be committed to the goal and being respectful. Exit interviews, that's an obvious one, but we've got to value the people around us as human beings. Regardless of their opinions, regardless of their abilities or whatever, we have to value people. And what that ultimately means is that we like people, right? In general, we talked about that. We have to like people to be a leader. And so, what I'm going to ask you to do real quick for me is if you get your phones out, I'm sure Brandon and the team would love to know how I did today. If you could scan this QR code, it's going to ask you for a couple of very simple questions. Please give me your honest feedback. It will ask for your email. I promise you, I'm not spamming you. I'm not putting you on any email list. It's just what the software needs. If you want to be on my email list, great, there's that checkbox. What I really want is your feedback on today. I'm going to share it with the team so they know how I did. I'd appreciate any comments you can give me to make things better. I'll give you a couple minutes with that, and then we're going to wrap up. Service in your bed. The other thing you can try, if the QR doesn't work, you can try just typing in talk.ac/EdPro. That'll take you there. I will share the slides with Brandon, so if you want to email them out, you can do that sort of process. Got the code in their phones. Okay. I'm going to leave you with this quote from Jackie Robinson. I absolutely love it. I end a lot of my talks on this. Life isn't significant except for the impact that we have on other people. That sums up leadership to me. We're called as leaders to have an impact on the people that we lead. And our success as leaders is really determined by the impact that we have on other people. So don't underestimate the impact or the legacy that you might be leaving, because sometimes you just don't know. But if you do the right thing in the moment, that's never a bad thing. So, I will hang out for a couple minutes. I'm sure you're going on a bit of a break. If you have any specific questions for me, I am happy to answer any questions after the break. Yeah, my pleasure.
Take a 15-minute break, and then we have the management topics.
So, I'm going to go over kind of like our process of how we run for referrals. The goal is that referrals should really be operating like across the board the same way. And just, think about it this way, like at the end of the day, like our referrals are our bread and butter of the program. So we can't grow without referrals, and you guys can't like continue to grow and promote your teams without referrals either. So when we get a referral, typically, most of the time, as most of you guys know, you either get it from the supports coordinators. Sometimes we also get it from families, word of mouth. It comes through our emails, it comes maybe to you guys directly, however the way it comes. We expect that all managers respond that same day. Rule of thumb, for any one of us should be, if you're in the office, you should be responding within an hour. If we're out doing whatever the case may be, try and respond by the end of the day. Reach out, thank you for their referral, let them know that we can accept it, and then move forward with asking for an intake. I always say intakes can be done either in person, virtually, either in one of our offices. Truly whatever is most accessible for that family and that supports coordinator, whatever they prefer, we're super flexible and that's how we should be. At the intake meeting, it really should be a manager, so everyone in this room, you guys are in a management position for a reason. So it should either be a team lead or a regional manager. We shouldn't have program specialists going. I know that sometimes program specialists have like relationships with SEs, but the intake is meant for you guys to really sell us and sell the services to the families. I know sometimes we think that like at an intake meeting it's set in stone that they're coming with us. Sometimes that is the case, but it's not always. We want to really make sure that we're selling ourselves and we're showing them who we are and we're laying everything out there on the table. So use that time to ask them, how many hours are you looking for? Is there a schedule? What preference are we looking for with staff? I like to always, after we go through the whole entire process, also open it up and say, okay, now that we've talked about what you guys are looking for, let's also talk to you guys about who we are as an agency. Tell them about all of our other services. 9 times out of 10, they usually say, oh my God, I had no idea that you guys offer all those services. And then they want Uber, or they want supportive employment, or they want behavioral services. And it stems into so much more than just IHS, companion, respite, or whatever they're looking for. Also at those intake meetings, be transparent too. Like if they're coming to you and they only want 2 hours a week, we all know how hard that can be. Maybe just be open to them and say, hey, look, maybe if we do 5 hours, we can get, it's a little bit easier to staff. Or maybe let's increase it a little bit, help them understand that we can do that. Throw out there that we can hire family, we can hire staff. Like really sell us and also sell the agency to them at that intake meeting. Rule of thumb also, like I said, this is our time to sell ourselves and really like introduce ourselves to the SCs. It's just courteous to also send a follow-up email afterwards to the families and the supports coordinator. Wrapping up what was discussed at that intake meeting, following up on this is what we agreed on with how many hours. These are our next steps. This is what the start date's going to be. At that intake meeting, you also want to kind of say to them like, okay, next step, if we're all in agreement, like here's our start date. You're going to hear from a program specialist and they're going to start reaching out for meet and greets. And then you want to also give them that person's information. So give them the program specialist information, give them their phone number, introduce them to that. I like to also, during my intake follow-up emails, I like to also attach all of our brochures, letting them be able to actually have that physical copy of all of our services and say like, hey, as a follow-up, these are all of our other services. Feel free to look them over. If you have any questions, let me know. If you're interested in anything else, let me know. I know for Southeast and some of the other regions, there's also events calendars. So I like to always attach that too. And I'm always very open to, you guys can tell any families, if your offices are hosting events, it's not just for OneWell people. Like we can incorporate the community too. Like SCs can come. So that's another big selling point. Like say to them like, here's our events calendar. You guys are also more than welcome to come by. We wait for the authorization of the ISB. After that, you've sent out the email, you've introduced yourself, you've introduced the program specialist. You've also now, I would hope at this point, you've followed up with your program specialist. You've given them the details of the case. You've told them when the case is starting, how many hours, all that information that you've gone through in the intake meeting. Within that 24 hours of that PS getting that referral email and getting introduced to them, they should be calling the family and also introducing themselves. Making sure the family has their phone number. They're introducing themselves saying, hi, I got the email, I got the referral, I'm gonna be starting to look for staff. From that point, they've built that rapport with that family, and they've also now built that rapport with that SC. At the end of the day, that's the biggest thing. That's how we can grow. That's how we network. That's how we get our referrals out there. From that point, obviously, we all know we start to do meet and greets. We start looking for staff. We start scheduling those. The other big part is making sure during that process we're communicating to the support coordinators, keeping them updated. Hey, we did a meet and greet, but it didn't go so well. So maybe we're not going to be ready to start on that start date on time because we need to do another meet and greet. You're continuously keeping them updated. Also, feel free to invite the support coordinators to your meet and greets. Let them also be able to be there, have a say in maybe the staff. Maybe they're there to encourage the individual with the staff as well. But make sure that they're just as involved in that process as you guys are and as your teams are. Once services start, we have that start date. They've started, let's say, on a Monday. By the end of the week, the team leader, the manager, you guys should be sending some type of follow-up. Calling that family, maybe even calling the SC, checking in to see how was that first week of services. Did everything go well with the DSP? Is there anything that maybe we should be coaching them through? Did you like the schedule? Did you go to any events? Really like checking in to make sure things are good. One, that keeps you guys as managers involved. You guys should also know the cases just as much as your program specialists do, right? So make sure that they have your contact information, they feel supported by you, also not just supported by the program specialist, but they have that relationship that's all about communication and relationship building. And that's just like the end of the week check-in is what we call it. So really just like making sure that you're fully connected to all of our individuals. This is just a template that I attached of the intake follow-up. So you can see we kind of outlined how many hours, what services we're talking about, and then we list out all the individuals' information, their contact, letting them know this is your program specialist, they're going to be reaching out to you, this is their supervisor's contact information, and then like I said, attaching at the top all the brochures and also the calendar of events, making sure they have all of that handy so they can kind of look over it, follow up, maybe in a week from now they say, hey, I looked at your brochures, I'm really interested in Uber services, can you tell me how to get that started? It just kind of makes sure that they know everything about OneWell. Quality checks. So after, like I said, you're locked that first week, you're going to do a quality check, or you're going to check in with them. That can either be email, phone call. It could also even be both ways. You could also maybe send that email, but also follow up with a phone call, so you're having that more personal touch with it. There's a couple questions that we like to, ask them for. So, how has your experience been overall? Suggestions. Ask them how we can do better. Like after that first week, or even every quarter, you're checking in on them, saying, is there anything that we can do better with communication? Anything maybe we're not doing with service-wise that you guys need? Really checking in with the families and the participants, but also your support coordinators too, because they can also give us really good advice. And then also touching base on service offerings. So many times we're the ones we get asked, hey, with turnover, who's my program specialist, who's my point of contact, I don't know who that person is. So also just reminding them who is their point of contact, who is that person's supervisor. These are the people here who are here to support you, and making sure that they have that contact information continuously. And then next would be, program building. So like I said, referrals are our bread and butter. It's where we get all of our services from. So every so often, you want to kind of just, as managers, do outreach, network with support coordinators, even network out in the community. Really, let them know who you are, and let them know whenever we're kind of offering a new service, opening a new office. So who can you reach out to? Support coordinators. I learned this a really long time ago as a trick. I will go into C2S, and we have so many different departments, right? Uber, for instance, I'm going to do it with Charles because I use Uber people all the time. There's so many individuals that are getting Uber, but they don't get other services with us, right? So if I think about, for instance, I think a small office in Delaware County that just opened up recently. I went down and I searched all of our active participants under Delaware County. Any individual that I didn't recognize under another service, and I saw, oh, they're only getting Uber services, I reached out to that SC, just letting them know, hi, who I am, we're opening up a new office in this county, these are our services that we're offering, these are our brochures, really letting them know, making that connection with them. There's so many SCs who don't know, and I can say this also from experience, you don't know everything that every company offers. There's so many SCs that are probably getting supportive employment, Uber services, behavioral services, and that's all they know us for, but they don't know that we have so many other things to offer with our individuals. So it's just a gentle reminder saying, hey, this is who we are, this is what we have to offer. Invite your SC to events. I know sometimes you have SC offices that are local to maybe your other offices. Langhorne office, they're lucky they have an SCO right downstairs. Invite them to your events. It's also open to them. They don't get to see their individuals all that often. They probably get to hear about the events that they're going to, but they don't actually get to see them out in the community at the events having a good time. Let them be able to come and see that, and they can also say, like, oh my God, my person's having so much fun. OneWell is doing such a great job at these events. Let me tell my other families about it. After intakes, if I ever do an intake with someone or I get an email from an SC and maybe it's a new supports coordinator, I mean, turnover is awful, right? So you're probably getting emails every so often from your new supports coordinators introducing themselves for your individuals. They're brand new, probably fresh out of college. They don't know much about what, other providers are out there. Introduce yourself. Hey, it was great meeting you on this intake. I just wanted to remind you a little bit about OneWell, let you know a little bit more about our services. Sometimes I really want intakes and I'll have someone say, thank you so much for all this information. Like, I'm so new, I don't know much about what, other providers have to offer. Use that time to really pull them in and build that relationship with them. Once you connect with them, they're probably going to feel more inclined to come to you guys more often than most and send you their individuals because they're going to already have that trust and that rapport with you guys. So just reach out to them, send them some of those informations. And then this is just a reminder that, strong relationships drive growth and continued success. So like I said, it really is our bread and butter to continue to network, continue to outreach, and continue to reach out to your supports coordinators and families. Word of mouth is huge for all of us. Any questions?
Yes. I was trying to, the success in the Southeast is this model. And we're trying to replicate this model to other locations. And what we are finding out is it's not being understood very clearly. I think maybe we should take this presentation, and I'm going to work with you again. I thought we put in C2S. All line services, regardless, OT, PT, speech, assistive technology, nursing. If we have the same idea like this, we are going to win. And I don't know whose idea it is. This is our secret sauce. This is our competitive edge. And if we can replicate this in every service, I shouldn't say program specialist, we should say any case manager, nursing. And when you're going in there, and then as soon as the referral comes in and you show interest, go to the intake meeting, and then meet with the family, follow up, and then have that relationship and build that trust between SC and the family, then it's a win. I'm very grateful. This is a great idea. This Southeast, this is how Southeast is leading the numbers, guys. Not because they are buying Gucci bags for their SCs. Right? Or send them to Hollywood, send them to Bahamas for casinos, right? Or they are giving them money, or it's really, they are earning the trust of the SCs and the families and Southeast leadership. I don't want to pick on the other departments, but I'm noticing that we have some departments that's like, well, we don't want to do that because we are a different service. No. Whether you serve steak, you serve hot dog, whatever you serve, you show interest in your clients. What we want to show is whether you are nursing, you are OT, you are PT, you are whatever service home mod, you show interest your clients, show them we are here to serve you. Like some of you guys come from the restaurant business, would know what I'm saying. What she's saying is, after somebody gives an order to you, okay, I want to have a steak medium rare, some service put you, and then walk away. They haven't come back and acknowledge, how's your steak? Did you like it? Is it cooked the way you like it? The meat is good? You need anything else? How about, do you want sauce? How about you want some drink? How about you want another glass of wine? Right? This is no different. It's a customer service. This is a core, is a customer service. And we tried to do that in Connecticut, we failed. Leadership said they are doing it, they're not even following it. We tried to do it in New Jersey, we just couldn't even drive a car, thank God. Right? We're trying to replicate it everywhere. And I think maybe we need to put into C2S, then we need to put training, maybe Connor, get together, every program specialist, every regional, take this one, and everybody has to get training on this. And then we need to track it. RCM needs to track this. This is the only way we can grow the business. Because there's a competition, right? Competition, there is a competition. How we can differentiate ourselves. You know, we're given all those, we have the heart. Yes, we do have the heart. But we have to show the interest, right? So I think this is a success story. You guys have come up with this and it's working. We put Taylor right in New Jersey. She's using the same concept. We have been in New Jersey for 3 years. We haven't heard this much trust with her because there is a system, right? We are building a system. So thank you for assembling that, but I want the training department, where is Dominique and all, you guys get this one. Anybody that comes to onboarding the program specialist, they're gonna be trained on this. Regional manager is gonna get trained on it. Not only program specialist, nurse, OT, PT, BSS, every business line is gonna have the same concept. This is not just the IDD, right? We have to have the same approach. Because I was finding out, we were reading another business, was what, I can't remember, PT or OT, they're waiting for the doctor. No, you don't have to wait for anything. You have the referral coming, go introduce yourself. See what we can do, right? All right, thank you for this. And then I want this to be, this is our training. Anybody that come program specialist, they supervise at any line of business. Brittany, we should have the onboarding, this training, anybody that comes in, any case manager role, nursing, intake role, any role, they're gonna follow this. We need to have the training. This has to be done. Thank you.
Okay. Any question? Yeah, Charles.
Not so much a question, but I just wanted to touch base on when you're doing your intakes, your meet and greets, and you're talking about the other services we offer, don't feel afraid to reach out to the other departments. I know maybe a lot of people here don't know exactly the ins and outs of the Uber, AT, or therapies. Reach out to the managers of those departments. Most of the time, we're more than willing, if we have the time, to jump on an intake or a meeting with a family and just give a couple minutes of our time to explain what those services are, because it could really, make a difference for that family. And instead of having to wait another couple of weeks to start that whole process, if they hear from one of the team, they can be like, yeah, I absolutely want that. That's exactly what we've been looking for. So don't feel afraid to reach out to any of the other management teams, team members on those teams to see if, hey, do you have a couple minutes? I'm in an intake, could you just give a little bit of information? I just want to make sure the family's informed about the service. It can really go a long way for our referrals.
And also don't be like, if you get a referral from multiple different departments. Like, don't feel like you just have to do an intake for just your service, and like behavioral just has to do one, or Uber. Like, you can do one all together. Charles and I do intakes all the time together. And to be honest, a lot of SCs find it really like impressive that we come together as like a whole team to wrap around an individual, and we're all there to really offer all of our services and answer questions and support one another. Like, it shows that we're all truly one team, and that's what we're here to do. So, you know, you can do one all together. It feels really collaborative when it's that done.
And something that maybe you can help us out here. How can, like, when the nurse goes into intake or doing meet and greet, or he does the Uber, can we talk about, here it is, because every client that we have, they can use a MacBook or some type of AT, right? Assistive technology is not being utilized. For sure, they all need transportation. So anytime we go in there, how can we generate that service request? What should we do?
Ask them, like, get to know the individual. Like, as you're sitting there on that intake and you're getting to know the person, like, you know, you'll start to learn like what their interests are, what the family's looking for, and you can kind of pull from that conversation with them and say like, oh, we also offer Uber. Oh, you once had, you know, a communication device in school. We also are able to help with that. Like, you can really pull from their like experience. You should also read the ISP beforehand too, because that can also give you insight on maybe like what they did in school or what they did when they were younger, or maybe other agencies. You can really use all of that to your advantage. I used to, like, when I do in-person intakes, I also like to take like pamphlets and like a little bit of like OneWell merch with myself too, and like that have a little folder, so when you're done you can also leave that with them, and you can also even review the information with them and say like, oh, we also do home mods. Like, I saw maybe you need, you know, you could benefit from a stair lift or whatever the case may be. Like, you can really like talk about all that with them.
Yeah, and because when you're looking at the home mod perspective, and we are really changing their lives, and our profit margin is not that high. It's not about the profit, but think about these people are going to leave like a human, nice shower, nice bed, and then toilet. I mean, these are the basics, right? And then assistive technologies perspective, they can have a MacBook, they can have a technology that can help them. The money is there, but they don't know about it. And as you said, SCs are working. This is a very hard job to be a service coordinator, and all these entities hiring them out of college and giving them a minimum pay, and it's a very hard, very difficult job to be SC, because they have 60 or 80, probably 90 people they take care of, and they're making what, less than our caregivers, and they burn out, and they don't even have interest. Not they don't have interest, they don't have time. So we need to teach about, so what we're doing in the OneWell, we are not, as I said earlier today's meeting, if you work, anybody worked our competitors before? Bill, you came from, anybody else? What they do, they make the program specialist do expenses review, do a hiring, right? Everything, right? Everything. In here, our program specialist job is very limited. Not unlimited. We took all those responsibilities away from them. We automated, and then we hire more people in RCM. They are helping. We are having more recruitment specialists. They are doing hiring. And we have more business controllers hiring. So what is left for program supervisor to do is focus on the client needs and then take care of the clients. And we are not giving a lot of hours. And when you're looking at it, I'm very sorry to say it, but I don't want these meetings about, yes, in the early morning, my speech about the purpose, all this, but I think we have to do better. I don't think we are doing really good job by reaching out, establishing a relationship, and helping the individuals and making them aware of there is help there for them, right? And then our program specialists, the more we give them the freedom, and then we don't see much results, right? So why we have more EIM? Why my competitors are doing program specialists doing 6 times more work than they do with me, with us, but why we are not having the better results? Because our regional managers, our supervisors, we need to start looking at the goals and saying, okay, now we need to, that's why the point about this meeting, I want to go, that we need to say, okay, out of 1,000, 1,200 clients we have, look at everybody's IP, right? ISP. It's IPP, ISP, IP, everywhere all these states, I'm getting confused now. ISP. Now we are building our own AI engines. What we are doing is, we are not using ChatGPT, OpenAI, or we're not using Gemini. We are not using, our AI has nothing to do. So everybody needs to understand, our AI, it's ours. It's not being shared. When you go to ChatGPT, you start writing about yourself. OpenAI is learning about you. If you use Gemini, your data is being shared with the world, right? So our AI engines that we are building is not being shared with anyone. It's just closed. So I want everyone to understand. So what we are trying to do is, we already did it. We can go into ISP and we can bring the participants' goals and all this listed in there. So we can get entire detail from the ISP and then read it from our AI engine, and then we'll get the profile of the client. We are there. And from there, we can say, this client needs, this client needs, this client needs. Then what we like to do now is, I told you already, ISP to progress node is all interconnected, that's what we are. But one thing that we haven't achieved yet, OneWell, whole individual's wellness, from behavioral to home months. And as you say, I need your help. I mean, this only can be done. I think Brandon is going to have these meetings quarterly. Come here, maybe Pittsburgh, and then get the data, and then get the home mod team, get the other one is, okay, looking at the data, how well we are doing here, right? Because Southeast is doing this. So any business that I take to Southeast, they become very successful because they establish their trust. And then they understand the needs. We need to replicate this. I need help. I need your help too. If you have a BSS, you go in the client's home, oh, you know that person needs a drive, you know you need to tell them, hey, Uber here, right? So one other thing is that we are building, we tested already, we released the participant mobile app access, right? So what we're going to do is we are going to give them more access, and then on the website as well, and then we're going to connect them, and we are also going to build SCs into our system. SC is going to have mobile app, and they can log in, or the website, and then see the service notes, progress notes, all the services. What I'm saying is, please take your time to learn what Southeast has accomplished. This model is the reason we are being very successful. Let's replicate this model, learn from Morgan, learn from Kayla, learn from Brandon and the leadership in the Southeast, and let's replicate this. If we do this, you're gonna see the changes in our business. I'm sorry. And I talk too much about what's going on, and I think we need to have more of these meetings.
Agreed.
Because it's nobody's fault here, because we need to train you.
Kayla, you're up.
So I am going to talk about trust and communication and emotional intelligence with your team. So first and foremost, you want to make sure that you have open communication with everyone under you. You want to set your expectations clearly, but also be an open ear and sympathetic, you know, if something is going on, and you want to be there for them, but also have your expectations. that is like extremely important. Like say like, you know, someone's tire blew on the way to work, okay, like obviously you're gonna be late, but your tire isn't gonna blow every single day before work. So just having that boundary and those expectations. You also want to maintain boundaries and have separation between personal and professional life. I know HR talked on regional managers going out and socializing after work. You know, you can be friendly and be, you know, have work happy hours and different things like that, but you shouldn't be like partying together every weekend, different things like that. Because that also will, you know, blur lines between, you know, what your expectations are, and, you know, this person can have favoritism over this person. You want to make sure that you have great relationships with not only your team members, but with DSPs, families, individuals, and SCs. You know, I believe everyone has spent countless hours on the phone after hours on the weekends with individuals, families, different things like that, easing their mind. You want to make sure that you are someone that they can go to if there's ever an issue, especially, you know, when there are changes within the company and different things like that. You want to maintain emotional intelligence and integrity. Same thing, you want to maintain professionalism, but also not lead with emotion, because that's, again, when things will get blurred and different things like that. So core strength strategies for management. Consistency is key. Again, you don't want any blurred lines, accusations of favoritism. Everyone should have the same exact expectations. You should lead by example. You know, if you expect this from someone, you should also be doing that as well. You want to support everyone's growth. You know, give them shout outs, say when they're doing a great job. If they would like to advance in the company, be, you know, an open ear, and help them reach those goals for themselves. You want to empower your team, you know, shout outs, praise, make them feel like they can grow within the company. And you also want to lead with our mission in mind, and lead with what your why is, right? Everyone has a reason for working in this field, and you want to make sure that, you know, you are leading with that in mind. Thank you.
Okay. Kiara, I think this is you.
Hello. Sorry, I'm gonna look at it from here. I can't see. Okay. So this is staff de-escalation at a glance. And when we say staff de-escalation, sorry, I'm more so talking about when you are in the office and something happens and you have that one person who is very, very, very upset, obviously, and how we can bring them back down, make sure that we are still connecting with them, also being able to give them a lot of support and understanding, and understand their frustration. So this is a breakdown for that. So the core purpose, to maintain emotion and physical safety. We never wanted to get to a point where obviously it reaches a physical level, but you want to make sure that they understand that you are understanding of their feelings. Connect first, relationship over correction. So when you know someone is having a hard time and they are extremely escalated, you want to make sure that you meet them where they are, because they're not going to retain anything if you are kind of spewing things at them. This gives them a chance to actually reset. Core de-escalation skills, regulate yourself. Tone low, slow, calm body. So this is the same thing we use in the field for BSS. Again, you want to make sure that you don't seem that you are in a heightened state as well. Making sure that your tone is also low, and that you're not posturing in a way that would come off as, you know, aggressive. Along with that, we have validate feelings before problem solving. So just making sure that they understand that you are aware of what they are going through in the moment, and you're willing to work with them on that issue. Reduce demand, offer space, provide simple choices. So again, this goes along with also the de-escalation that we do in the field. Reduce demand. So if a person is heightened and there is a lot going on, you're not going to expect to get the same amount of work out of them if they were in a good space. Sometimes having that chance to step back and say, okay, let's break this down. Let's focus on this for right now, and then maybe we can pick up with the rest of it later. Gives you that opportunity. Offer space. Sometimes you need to walk away. It's perfectly fine to walk away. I always laugh because one of the major things that we do in BSS is planned ignoring. Some people look at planned ignoring as, how can you be ignoring this person? That's not the case. Sometimes that silence provides an opportunity for someone to rethink and to also go back and look at what's going on in a calmer tone. Sorry, I lost my space. And provide simple choices. So sometimes breaking things down into smaller steps allows them to be able to go back and actually focus on the task at hand. Again, we have a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of instruction when that comes to a lot of the things that we do in OneWell. So with that being said, being able to break things down to that point is helpful. I talked about using fewer words, supportive, non-threatening tone, avoid escalation triggers. So with that being said, multiple staff talking or crowding around the person. So therefore, like if you're having a conversation and you know this is something that involves a lot of people, maybe spreading it out, having those one-on-one conversations to kind of get to the bottom of it without having a lot of people in one setting. That could make a person lead to escalation. And sarcasm, threats, power struggles, and rushing. Our days are busy. Sometimes we want to just kind of squash things. But sometimes they need a little bit of time to kind of chill out and then go back and refocus on what is happening. Sarcasm, obviously, that could be seen. You could be a sarcastic person, and that could be your language of communication. It's not always accepted in other, especially when a person is heightened. It can be looked at as problematic. Where was I? Sorry. Sudden changes without preparation or support. That is a big one. You need to let them understand that you are backing them, and also being able to say, hey, this is what's changing. I'm going to walk you through these steps, not this is what's changing, go forth and do. That right there can leave a person to kind of feel lost and also feel like they are undervalued when it comes to, the moving pieces, because they didn't get a full understanding of what was going on. Supportive approach, slow the moment down, sorry. Again, tone. A big thing. I think it's repeated on here a lot, but you have to make sure that you're watching your tone. Offer co-regulation and calm presence, grounding language. So I know when you're saying grounding language, what does that sound like? We use a lot in BSS. You'd be surprised how using it with the people that you work with on a daily basis, it would be helpful. So I see things are really hard for you right now. Your feelings are valid. I'm here to support you. It makes sense that you're upset. Let's take a moment and figure this out together, or let's take a break with this. Let's pick this up a little bit later. It can be hours later. I say go for a couple of hours later. It gives people a little bit of time to kind of, again, think about what's going on. And then prioritize the relationship repair after the moment. So therefore, you want to make sure that you have a bond with the people that you're working with. They need to feel comfortable to come and talk to you. If they don't feel that comfortableness, they're going to continue to mess up. They're going to continue to have a hard time with things because they're not going to want to come and ask you for help. So, prioritize, I'm here to help you. Not saying that you negate the fact that they have a job to do, but making sure that you're doing those check-ins and things like that. Can you go to the next one? All right, so collaboration and team communication. And a lot of this we did already talk about today. So discuss the comfort level with tasks and responsibilities. I'm really big on, I don't know if any of you have met Amber. Amber is the guru of putting together documents. I am not a guru of putting together documents. You will get a regular file and it'll be black and white. It's not going to have the OneWell watermark on the background. I will tell you that all day and every day. That is something she enjoys doing. We've had those conversations about what each of us have strengths in and what we do not have strengths in. And that is what helps us gel together as a team. We know where there's certain pieces that are being lost, where we can go forth and we can lean on each other to pick up. Understanding communication styles, direct, visual, step by step. So everybody has a different learning style. If you feel like you are training and this person is not getting it, you may not be doing it in their learning style. So that is something that is very important. I usually tell everyone, you can't get frustrated. Did you go through the gamut of different learning styles? Did you, and that goes into my next part. Oh, well, it's moved down a little bit, but we'll go to the park. So normalize sharing. This is how I learn and communicate best. So it's okay to have that open conversation. Ask them, what works best for you? Do you want me to, do it and then you follow along? Do you want to go back and read it? Do you want to, me stand with you or you share your screen and we do it together? There are so many different options that we have that we can put into place to make sure that we're hitting those learning styles. And MARC is an acronym for visual learners, auditory learners, reading and writers, and kinesthetics. The kinesthetic part is more so that hands-on-hand, the hand-on-hand, where you're basically, you can share your screen, I'm going to walk you through, show you what to point to, or tell you what to click on. In the field for us in BSS, that would be us actually modeling how to respond to the behavior and then having the DSP do the same thing the next time. So it is very, very helpful. Healthy team communication. Clarify expectations and roles before starting a task. Therefore, I have now given you all of the expectations for this particular task and also opened the floor for you to come in and ask questions so that we have a full understanding. Are there going to be additional questions? Yes. Is there ever a dumb question? No. And making sure that you're letting your team know that that is important and that they have that open door to come and ask those questions is okay. Just remember, you may get multiple of the same question. It may be frustrating, but I'd rather someone ask me 5 times than get it wrong every single time without asking. Where was I? Oh, use respectful check-ins. Are we aligned? Anyone needs a review. So basically, if you get to the end and you know it's a lot of information, making sure that everyone, and we do that a lot, you get to the end and you're like, does anyone have any questions? Don't forget that, it's very important. Will there be questions after the fact? Yes, but again, making sure that you have that open policy to be able to answer those questions. Encourage open feedback, and questions allow processing time. So therefore, we give information, it may not be received the first time that it's given. And with that being said, make sure you're doing check-ins. We talked about that earlier. So, it's been a week, we have this new process. I'm not really sure how it's working, but I'm gonna check in with you to see how everything is going. When to use HR for neutral supports. Again, I thought that was a great point when we talked about the fact that HR is your friend. Sometimes you need to have some sort of delegation. You need to have someone there to mediate. You need to have someone else that's in the know about certain things that are happening to be able to be there to say, you know what, let's work on this, or we see this, let's go from this particular angle. So it's okay when you get to a brick wall to say, let's stop right here, because you don't want to be combative. You don't want to have that relationship even form to say, let's go here and let's maybe have some delegation, or let's have someone else step in to help us with this, because maybe we aren't seeing eye to eye. And that's perfectly fine. I feel like that is a very adult thing to do, to say, I want to be proactive and problem solving, for the sake of our team. And yeah, we talk about policy clarification, role boundaries, or workplace expectations. Sometimes those need to be reviewed. And HR provides a neutral mediation to support fairness and safety, offer non-threatening. If we feel stuck, HR can support in a neutral space. So making sure that they know, hey, I offered for us to reach out to HR, and it's not because there's anything happening. There's literally, we just need to figure out a common space, and I want you to feel supported, and I would like to feel supported as well. So I think these things are all very important, and will help us on a day-to-day working together basis. I think one of the major things that we all take away from, especially from the speaker that we heard earlier, is you may not like everyone, but having a respect and being able to move forward and to work together is the bigger picture, because we are actually doing something great. The population that we serve, they are here and we are willing to help them, and I feel like that's the one common denominator across all of us here, is that we really do want to help. So putting all of our smaller things aside and moving forward is always the best thing to do. So, all right. Did I get it in 7 minutes? I wanted to start a timer.
Taylor, next.
Hey guys. I hope you can't hear my heart beating out of my chest into the microphone because I'd be lying if I said I was not a little nervous. Okay, so my topic was organization and implementation. The first thing that I wanted to talk about was identifying all tasks to be completed. When I come into the office each day, I personally make a to-do list for myself. Priority goes to the top, something that I could get to today could go in the middle, something that I could get to today, the next day, or even possibly the next day would go at the bottom. That's just personally how I stay organized. How many of you guys do the same thing or make a daily to-do list? Okay, cool. Talking to the correct audience then. Like I said, I like to begin every list talking about the different goals. So I do make 2 separate to-do lists because with me overseeing Southeast and New Jersey, I don't want to blur any lines. I want to make it very clear what I have to complete that day for New Jersey, what I have to complete for Southeast, and what I myself have to complete for my team as well. Making a to-do list. I kind of just went over that, high, medium, and low. Sometimes I will personally do a weekly to-do list for myself because if I know that I want to, okay, I have to prep for, I'm going to put you guys on the spot. If I have to prep for Carla's one-to-one today, that's going to take me a little bit longer than it would for me to go through some of the referrals today. If I have to prep Tracy's one-to-one, that may take me, I may have a little bit less time in the day to do that, so let me push that to another day. But as long as I'm getting it done before things need to happen, then I'm more than okay with that. Obviously, we know that in a perfect world, we would love to get all of our tasks done in one day. But with everything that we go throughout the day, that doesn't always happen like that, and that's okay too. My to-do list, sometimes it just has to get completely X'd out and we'll start again tomorrow, and that's fine too. Delegating tasks to others. This is a big one for me personally that I've really been learning to do, but I really couldn't do without my team. So assigning specific tasks to team members based on their skills and workload. I know that I can dump all of what I know that my team leads are capable of on them. Not necessarily dump, that was a bad phrase. I don't want to see you guys laughing over there because I don't want you guys to feel like I dump things on you. But I can definitely delegate the tasks to them. If a program specialist is coming directly to me about something that they have a question on, I'm going to say, hey Carla, Dominique just came to me about this question about a rate for a DSP. Can you walk her through this? Let's see how many hours it's going to be, and then we can go from there. I will always pass it off to them, especially because the program specialists are essentially supposed to be trusting their team leads and going to them as well. I know that this may be a task that some of us struggle with. It's something that I struggle with. But in order to get all of not only my to-do list tasks done, but the tasks that I have to do as a regional manager done, we have to delegate to get everything done for the bigger picture. Okay, implementation. Defining the clear goals. I think that this is also something very, very important. I know that I've been in a couple meetings where we've been breaking down like a SWOT analysis. I'm sure that you guys are all pretty familiar with that. It's kind of like the same thing that was mentioned here with the SMART goals. And I don't mean EDD SMART goals, I mean like other SMART goals. But it's just a guide to help tracking progress. That's kind of what we do with our one-to-ones throughout the week. Building a strategic plan. I always say that this is more of a long-term thing. So you're developing a step-by-step strategy. You're outlining certain things that have to get done within a certain timeline. I actually used to do this in college for myself as well, and it's very effective. Transparency with your team. I think that this is very important as well, just maintaining that open communication about progresses and challenges, whether it's something that is coming from me or whether that's something that I'm monitoring with my team leads. I like to explain to them like, okay, this is a priority, this has to get done today. I really need this mom called by the end of the day. She's been blowing me up all day. Please call her, make that a priority. Okay, something with their expenses. Their expenses weren't submitted, please solve that right now. That has to get solved right now. And then I would say, okay, that expense needs to be figured out first. We have to get already paid. Then maybe we can call the mom, and then maybe we can talk to the program specialist about what they can do to kind of avoid all of that in the future. Clear set of expectations and responsibilities. Personally, in Southeast, with us being the largest region, and I would say that one of the busiest in the morning, that's how I feel anyway, Kayla and I send out daily to-do lists to our team leads in order to outline what we need them to do. Monday, incomplete service notes, making sure that everything is done. Maybe after payroll on Tuesday, we send another reminder, hey, if there was anybody missed or if there was something that maybe wasn't done during that time period, please do that now. Take the time from 12 to 3 to do that. Toward the end of the day, let's start checking schedules for the week in C2S. Make sure that the schedules are checked, make sure it's the right DSP, make sure it's the right code, make sure there's no issues. Towards the end of the week, I check in with them regarding one-to-ones. How are your one-to-ones going with your teams? Are there any issues that I need to be aware about? But that's definitely daily. I think touching base with your team daily, I don't know how everybody else's office works, but I try to touch base with my team leads multiple times a day, whether they like my cold calls or not, but I think it's really important to touch base with them because I'm not always in their offices. There may be a week where unfortunately I can't get to their office, but I think it's really important to physically touch base with them on Teams, again, just touching base, seeing what needs to be talked about, if there's any urgent matters that I need to know before the end of the day, and again, then we go from there. Person-centered, role-centered approaches. Person-centered is focusing on what the individual's strengths and needs need to be. It's specific to the team lead, it's specific to the program specialist. Again, when I'm sending those daily to-do lists out to the team leads, it's specific to them. Say we have a program specialist that has a 90-day eval coming up. I'm going to specify Nadir's message and saying, hey, Jen has a 90-day eval coming up. That's what has to get done. Maybe Carlos would look a little different. Maybe Carlos would be, hey, can you please just shout out how Idea is maybe putting her schedules in today. Tracy's maybe, hey, can you work with Bobby on his 15 referrals that he has under him? Because that's pretty accurate right now. Role-centered is just, again, touching base with the team leads and what I would like them to do, or even Morgan telling me what she wants me to do that day, specific to my role. Leadership styles. This is something that I'm pretty lucky, actually. I think all of my team leads are pretty much the same. They're kind of wired the same, but there's definitely some instances and some program specialists that are not always wired the same. You have to adapt to them. Not everybody's going to like you. Not everybody is going to like that. I'm very extroverted. I like to laugh. I like to have a good time during the day, but I also know that there is work that has to get done. Not everybody's going to like that. Some people want to get their work done. They don't want to talk to you. I get that. Leadership styles, I think it's really important to learn not only what leadership style works for your program specialist, but what leadership style works for you as well and how you would want to be spoken to and trained on certain aspects. So. I guess that was 7 minutes. You know what? I guess that was my 7 minutes. Any questions? You know what? I think everybody got me with that microphone. Thank goodness. Okay, that's it.
All right. Is this supposed to, thanks, Is this supposed to say Bill? I'm going to talk about managing prioritization and motivation. There are no 2 days alike in this industry, let alone one. Certainly, there's no 2 morning or afternoons that are the same. You can go to bed on Sunday night all you want and look at your calendar for Monday, and Monday's not going to go. It's going to go on Outlook. And it usually starts those days from Teams at 4:30 in the morning. But seriously, you have to identify high impact stuff first. Everybody has a list of things to do. The program specialists are very busy, team leads are very busy, managers are very busy. And you could go into a day saying, okay, we got to get this, that, and the other thing done today. The reality is, the day is going to dictate how it's going to go, and you have to manage priorities. I like to follow the 80-20 rule. It's a known phenomenon. If you tackle the 20% most important things of your day, you'll actually accomplish 80% of your day. And that's been proven. Am I done? I'll be done. I'm okay with being done. We do have to align our priorities with our organizational goals. We certainly seem to do that every day. We do task lists. Project boards, whiteboards are very good because they can be erased, because 10 a.m. could look different at 8 a.m. and vice versa. And we have to balance urgency versus important. Everything we do all day long here is important, there's no question, but there are some things that are urgent that need to be taken care of now. Not that this didn't need to be done today, because it does, but things that are urgent absolutely need to be taken care of immediately. My philosophy with my staff is very simple: answer every email at the end of the day. If you don't have the answer the email and say, I don't have the answer, but I'm going to get right back to you. And my teams are very good at that, and they know that we need to, if we get to somebody at the end of every day, they know we're working on it, as opposed to, oh, I don't know, so I'm not going to answer. That's never good.
That was the next slide.
Oh, sorry. So for leadership in the workplace, we do have to lead by example. If our staff sees us frustrated, sees us starting to lose it or fall apart, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, it does, they're going to as well. We have to stay calm and collective, and if we're gonna have a moment ourselves as managers that we feel we're losing control today, we need to close the door and take 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatnot, and not let our program specialists see that, because if they see that their manager's losing control, they're gonna lose control, they're gonna feel like nobody's running the ship. So I think it's very clear that we have to be strong for our staff, because without our program specialists and our team leads, we're not going to be successful in this company. Empower our teams to make decisions. What would you do? You don't need to come to your manager for every single thing. Every single thing. Make a decision, and if you think it's the right one, go with that. Or if you need to run it by a supervisor, that's fine too. I have a lot of meetings, and I can throw out names on a daily basis, all day long, over every single thing. And it's not necessary. If you can't delegate your own responsibilities, then it might not be the role for you. Build trust through transparency and fairness. I do believe I'm fair to my teams. I'm good to them. I think they're good to me. I said that wrong. I think I'm good to them. I know they're good to me. We all have the same mission, and that's to take care of everybody every day. Numbers are important, billables are important, but quality is also very important too. And making sure at the end of our day, everybody's happy, and most importantly, taken care of is good for us.
All right, good job. Miss Kristen, our compassionate nurse.
All right, so guys, good news is I'm the last one, so you only have a few more minutes left of listening. But my main point is going to be talking about empathy, and as Brandon said, he chose me, the nurse, to speak about empathy. I know Atticus says that nurses are weird sometimes, and sometimes we are, but I think it really takes a special heart to be a nurse, and I think in order to be that, a lot of it is stemmed from empathy. Nurses are the ones that are very different when you go into the healthcare field. When you want to feel comforted, when you want to feel compassion, you get that from the nurse. You may not get that from the physician, or you may not get that from somebody else. Usually it's that nurse that is able to provide you with that empathy. But it's really important to bring that empathy here as a leader. So empathetic leadership is what I'm here to talk about. And it means having the ability to understand the needs of others and being aware of their feelings and thoughts. So it's different than just being simply sorry for someone if they're having a bad day or if they're going through a tough situation. It's really just putting yourself in their shoes and understanding where are they coming from. What is driving them to feel this way? And a lot of research that I was kind of learning about when I was researching this topic is empathetic leadership is positively related to job performance, particularly among mid-level managers and above. It also showed that managers who practice empathetic leadership towards their direct reports were viewed as better performers by their bosses. So the ability to be compassionate and connect with others is critical to our lives, both personally and professionally. Demonstrating empathy in the workplace, which is a key part of emotional intelligence and leadership effectiveness. Goes very much hand in hand with Kayla's presentation that she gave. It improves your human interactions in general, and it can lead to more effective communication, positive outcomes in both work and home settings. So what is empathy? Like I said, it's really the ability to perceive the thoughts and emotions and experiences of others, really putting yourself in their shoes and understanding the situation outside of your perspective on what the situation may be. I really like this quote, leadership is not being in charge, it's about caring for those in your charge. It's really developing the people that you're working with and that you're supervising and that you're managing and growing that culture within your team. Another quote that really resonated with me that I heard in a leadership talk is culture eats your vision for lunch. So if you have a vision for something and you don't promote that culture and working together, which can be, implemented with empathy, you're never going to be able to get to your vision. All right, next slide. So 4 ways to show more empathetic leadership is to watch out for signs of burnout in others. And that's can be done easily just with performing check-ins, whether you perform check-ins every day or you perform check-ins weekly with your reports, just gauging how they're handling their current workload and helping them to recover from overwork. Showing sincere interest in the needs, hopes, and dreams of other people. So understanding the unique needs and goals of each team member and how to best match work assignments and contribute to both performance and employee satisfaction. Kind of going back to what that other speaker said, knowing so-and-so is a busy mom that is on her weekend spending days on the sports field, or someone who does this, knowing that and talking to them about that and incorporating that into like your one-to-ones and developing that relationship with your employees will show a lot of effectiveness in your leadership. And then showing kindness in the workplace can boost performance and culture. Showing your appreciation, saying, like, being honest about your mistakes, or if someone did, a great job, giving them a simple shout out. And also understanding how they like their recognition and knowing that type of leadership style too. Like, is that someone that would want to be recognized in a large platform, or is it, a simple, they would prefer like a written thank you note or something along those lines. Demonstrating a willingness to help an employee with personal problems. Empathetic leaders understand that their team members are individuals shouldering personal problems while having to maintain their professional responsibilities. I'm not saying you need to be their counselor too, but you just need to understand, okay, they may be having a bad day, but why are they having a bad day? And what can you do as their boss or as their colleague in order to help them out? Whether they're just having a lot of, they're overwhelmed by something, and it just could be like, hey, let's just take 5 minutes, talk about what you're overwhelmed about, and maybe let's go forward and trying to build a task list of what we can do. That can lead to building that relationship with your employee. Recognizing it's part of their role to lead and support those team members when they need it to most. You show compassion when other people disclose a personal loss. It's all about creating connections with those that you work with. You don't have to be their best friends. You don't have to go out and go to happy hours with them, but it's still, you need to be respectful. Empathetic leadership is a tool to establish bonds with those that are privileged to lead. Empathetic managers can act and understand to show their direct reports are supported during the situation. So if they're having, something that's going on in their life, just checking back with them and being like, hey, how did that go? Or, maybe they disclose that they're having some issues with their child or something like that, and, a couple days down the road, be like, oh, how did that conference go? That type of thing, just so that you are listening to them and you are checking in with them. These are 5 ways to encourage empathy in the workplace. Talk about empathy at work to signal its value. This is why we're here. This is why we're here today, to talk about this. So empathy does matter. Research shows that understanding, caring, and developing others is just as important as just managing their performance. So even some research says it's more important than that. Teaching listening skills. To understand others, you have to be a good listener. People feel respected when they feel listened to and can be trusted, can be achieved on your team. Encourage genuine perspective taking. So like I said, put yourself in their shoes. Whether you may be upset with them because maybe something happened and you're like, how could they do this? How could they not meet this deadline? If I was them, I would have done this. Take a step back and be like, all right, they're not me. They probably do things differently, or maybe there's something else going on that I want to get to the bottom of, and trying to see what other resources you can, help them out during that time. And a lot of times during those conversations, you can find out, wow, this is something that's going on, and that can lead to another problem. And then, you know, depending on what the situation may be, you may want to loop in your HR friends and get them clued in with other resources that would be helpful to them. And then also sometimes just putting, like, telling them a story of something that happened in your own personal life. You know, hey, I totally understand where you're coming from. This happened to me, like, you know, and this is what I did, and this is how I learned from that experience, and leading them by example. And then also, like I said, cultivating compassion. So managers who care about how others feel consider the effects that business decisions have on employees, customers, and communities. Allow time for compassionate reflection and response. So at the end of a meeting, you know, sometimes go around and just talk about, hey, what did you think about this? Or what could I do to improve? Or what was a good thing that happened? Or what was a bad thing that happened? That all kind of promotes your compassion, your willingness to work together and to grow that culture that we are so trying to promote. And then supporting global managers. So the ability of your middle managers to be empathetic leaders can collaborate across boundaries is especially important for those working in global and cross-cultural organizations. Sorry, my daughter is trying to call me. Katie, I'm in the middle of a presentation right now. It's okay. All right. We all can be in my spot, right? We're all, you know, we all have these moments.
Did you plan that to be?
Right, I did tell her. I was like, hey, call me at this time. So as I was saying, you know, the ability of your middle managers to be empathetic leaders can collaborate across boundaries is especially important to those working in global or cross-cultural organizations. Cultural intelligence is also super, super important, as emotional intelligence is knowing different cultural boundaries and how to communicate across different cultures. I know working in a hospital, like how I would promote or work with one culture would be different how I would work with another culture. And I took time and I took experience in navigating those differences and how things work. Because I would look back and be like, I don't understand that. And then, you know, someone else would tell me, well, that's what they do in this culture. I'm like, oh, well, that makes total sense. And it just kind of was like a light bulb that went off. So that is something, you know, that to understand people and how to work with people is you need to know how they are affected culturally. And that's all I have. All right, thank you guys.